Welcome everyone. I'm going to start today with the cave that we were working on the other day. Interesting. I have comments on the stream video, but I do not have comments in my chat window. That's interesting. Huh. Okay, well that's strange. Let me go see what's going on YouTube. Always something new. Multi-streaming is very annoying. Really is. Let's see if I can hop over onto the YouTube side of things. Let's see if anything's going on. It says Vim. That's weird. So Vim is speaking on YouTube, but I don't see anything. Oh, okay, now the comments are showing up. All right, cool. Hello, Gary Dean. Get out of the YouTube one and hope that Restream is doing its job. All right, so I don't need this open. Close this. I'm gonna start working on that cave again that I was working on the other day. I'll go ahead and reload these scenes. See if we can make some real movement on this. I showed Jacqueline the stuff that I did yesterday with the cave and the lighthouse, and she liked them both, so that's very good. Very pleasing. So we're going in a good direction. She said the cave is already better than what she was envisioning. That's fantastic. Let me make sure that the game is in developer start settings so that I can enter into this secret door, the secret door that will take us to our cave. Get the name of the cave. Dark Forest Cave. Type it in here. Dark Forest Cave. Good. Now we should be able to walk into that cave. All right. I have such big plans. I have so much gusto. So let me go ahead and put our texture. Ooh, this is interesting. We just have very interesting vertex painting going on here. I brought in this little like chunk of terrain that looks pretty unremarkable in Blender, but it's going to be very useful because it's very high poly and it has a lot of noise sort of going on, which will allow the water. It'll just allow a more interesting shape for the water. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the cave. Where is my cave? Should be like Dark Forest Cave. Where's my cave? I've got main in here. It should be Dark Forest Cave. Maybe I never checked in main. That would be interesting. Actually, that's the only thing that explains it. So in the interiors, I bet Dark Forest Cave. Yep, I never checked in main. So I need to put this scene into the interiors here and just turn it off. And I think I can just save main. Shouldn't be checked out right now. Everything Hero, hello, welcome. Happy to give my advice. Everything Hero says, I want to make a game. I work in IT, but don't have programming or art skills. I'm just learning C#, but I want to do this commercially. What's the best way to approach it? Well, that's a tough one because you're asking to do something that is a bit of a hat trick, in my opinion. Basically, you're asking how do you start a restaurant if you have no experience working in a kitchen, right? Because you say you're in IT, which is, there's some tangential relationship between that and video games. I guess they both use a computer, but IT is not, you're not a game developer. So in order to make games, you need strong game development skills. And you're asking, how do you start to make a commercial game? You said you want to make a commercial game, but you don't have strong game development skills. My advice, and this is just my advice, and advice is pretty worthless, but my advice would be your goal right now should just be to get strong game development skills. I would either pick art or I would pick programming, and I would just go hard on that. So if you want to be a great game programmer, I would start learning games programming. I would pick an engine, whatever engine tickles your fancy, whatever sort of, imagine what kind of games you like, and then sort of look at what engine you think would probably be the best fit for those kinds of games. And I would pick Unreal or Unity. Godot is gaining some steam now. You could consider that as well. But either way, you want to pick an engine with a lot of like learning resources, and you just want to go really hard on that. If you want to do art, then I would focus on art. So if you want to make 2D games, that's going to be your jam, I would focus on 2D art. And if you want to make 3D games, I'd focus on 3D art. 3D games sell better than 2D games, so you could consider that. But yeah, I would go really hard on art or really hard on programming. First, you need the skills. And once you develop the skills to a really high level, that's only one skill, right? And then you still have the other ones to worry about. So I don't know. I think it's really hard to make a commercial game if you're not a high level game developer. It sounds kind of gatekeepy, I think, to some people, because they're like, well, I'm not a high level game developer. So like, what? You're saying I can't make a commercial game? Yeah, that is what I'm saying. I mean, to make a game that is good enough to sell, it's hard to build something that requires a lot of skills if you don't have those skills. So I would just focus on getting those skills. At least that's the advice I've been giving lately to this question. I'm sorry if that's a shitty answer. Zon says, I don't really get the intent behind the marketing videos. Watch both of them. I feel like it is and isn't about marketing. So you watched both of them. You watched the second one, and the clarification didn't sort of tell you it's not about marketing. Hey, Shady Lolan, welcome. Basically, with those videos, marketing is not why most indie games fail. I'm just asking for, I'm hoping that people will look at the middle class of Steam. I would say I'm trying to sort of get people to hone their eyes a little bit, to sort of start to cultivate an intuitive sense for what a game that sells on Steam looks like in various genres, ideally in the genre that they want to be in. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do there. So I'm trying to get people to understand the quality benchmark, which isn't really marketing. And getting to the quality benchmark is the hardest part, and it has nothing to do with marketing. So the title of the video, marketing is not why most indie games fail. The reason why it's not marketing is because marketing is not why most indie games fail, right? The answer to the title of the video is actually because they're not hitting the quality benchmark. That's the answer, and that's not a marketing thing, it's a production thing. So that's why I say they're not about marketing. Vim says the idea of the marketing video, I think it's about the standard of your game. Most people don't have the quality that requires to make a good game. Well, right, their game doesn't really hit the quality that it needs to be to attract the average passerby on Steam. I think the standards are pretty high. And I'm just trying to get people to sort of understand those standards a little bit better. And I'm hoping that once they learn how to look through lots of games on Steam, not just the hits, like the mid-tier hits, the ones that sell some copies, once they sort of understand, the sort of what the average quality benchmark of those games, what the quality of their trailer is, what the quality of the editing is, what the quality of the art is, how good the graphics are, how big the game looks in terms of its features and scope, then I'm hoping that sort of people will have their heads screwed on straight a little bit more about, what they can dream about for selling on Steam. Because some people, they're not quite there yet, I think, in terms of like where they need to be to actually compete in the market. And I'm just hoping that the video will sort of help people just develop their eye, I think, for what sells on Steam. Your point seems to be that production muscle matters more than marketing for success, but the problem is there is contradictory advice where lots of devs advise on building community, marketing, etc. Well, if you don't market, how would you get attention? Dude, okay, so you're saying that there's contradictory advice. There is not really contradictory advice from people who are successful on people who have shipped a successful game. Basically all have the more or less the same perspective on this. Really, I know it sounds controversial, but it's really not. Amongst successful devs, this opinion is not controversial. Everybody knows it's mostly the game. It's like 90% the game. Your sales curve is determined 90% by the game that you made. And it's just not controversial. And people say, well, how will people know about the game? There's a handful of things that every game does, and you just do them, and that's what you do, right? You send your game you apply to festivals, you apply to showcases, you send your game out to YouTubers and Twitch streamers. Maybe you try to send your game out to traditional media, traditional online media, if you think that your game is suitable for that. There's social media marketing. There's only a few things that really drive numbers. There's TikTok. There's Reddit, and only a few subreddits, right? Only like r/gaming and r/games really move the needle at all. There's basically just a few ways to do it. And if your game is not up to snuff, your game doesn't have strong hooks, then none of them will work. And if your game does have strong hooks, if your game has really strong hooks, then all of them will work. And if your game kind of has middling strong hooks, then maybe like some of them will work and some of them will kind of not work. So you're saying like, how do you get people to know about your game? We all do the same things pretty much. I mean, there's not a lot. You can do some kind of weird guerrilla marketing tactic and maybe that'll work. But that's like kind of fringe edge case stuff. For the most part, we all do the same thing. So all the advice you've heard that it's all about marketing, you need to build your community, frankly, it's bullshit. I mean, you do need to do that. You do. But the problem is that you literally can't do it. If you don't have the right game that is up to the right quality standard, you can't build a community, and nothing you try will ever work. And it's not about your skills of marketing. It's not about your skills of building a community. It's just that every single attempt that you make has no response, because it's just not a game that is exciting people when they see it. So that's why I say, and getting the game that will actually excite people when they see it, to the point where all of that stuff that you've heard about, building a community, getting into showcases, getting into festivals, getting media to cover your game, getting Let's Players to play your game, all the things that sort of lead to driving wish lists, they only work as good as your game looks, or as good as your game hooks are, or as good as your game plays, or whatever's good about your game. And there's a number of different ways that a game can be attractive to people. It's not just visuals. It can also be like a mechanic that is just really like interesting, or looks immediately fun, or something like that. If you don't have that, then nothing's going to work. So that's why I say it's not about marketing. But basically, everyone who's shipped a game knows that marketing it's a relatively small part of the pie. There's pretty much the same things that we all sort of do, and they're going to work or not work. And to the degree that they work is completely dependent on your game. So it's all about your game. That's what I'm saying. And that's not controversial amongst people who have sold games successfully. They pretty much all agree on that. All right, let me catch up after my monologue there. Okay. Okay, Zon said, yeah, so that was it. If you don't market, how would you get attention? Yeah, pretty much everyone's going to market. Like, everyone's going to do the same things, and you're going to get attention or not. Okay, check this out. Like, the most important thing for driving sales is it's to work your way up the Steam ladder. Like, you need to be in new and trending. To get into new and trending, you don't have to make that much money. You only have to make like 10 grand or something to get into new and trending. And then once you get in there, it's like blast off. And if your game is really attractive and has a high conversion, you're just going to make tons of money. You're going to make hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's going to keep snowballing. Then Steam's going to start offering you daily deals. Steam will just magically work your game up the ladder, but it's only if the game is converting. So really the only sort of path that you need to like muscle your way through in terms of like all the marketing stuff is just getting to new and trending, and the threshold for getting to new and trending is not that high. At least it's not that high in terms of sales. It is high in terms of the game you need to get those sales, but yeah, I don't know. Again, I could probably talk for too long about this, so I better shut up. Vim says you need to identify what is a good game in the sense of quality and what you need to do to reach it. Everything Hero says, I think I'm going through midlife crisis. I want to stop my current work and do something creative. Need to build the skills. Yeah, I would definitely say you got to build the skills first. Everything Hero says, how did you learn your 3D skills? I was only 16 when I started 3D, so I just did that like 12 hours a day. I didn't give a crap about school or anything, and I decided I was going to get into the games industry as a 3D environment artist, or that I was going to die trying. There was no plan B, and I was really into it, and I was super addicted to it, and I did it like 12 hours a day, and I just lapped up every single thing I could find online about it. There's sort of more to the story there, I guess, if I wanted to get into it. But let me see if I can get up to speed here on the comments. Zon says, maybe you are talking about after you have a polished product. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like all of the things that I mentioned, right? The showcases, the festivals, the streamers, the YouTubers, the press, all of those things only work once your game is interesting to people. So whether you want to call that polished product or whatever, I don't know, but you know, you have to make something that excites people, really, 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 really excites people. Hey, I'll send. Glad you're enjoying the streams. I'm happy you're dropping by. Happy to have you. Vim says, enjoying the ramble. Please carry on. Okay. I could ramble forever on this topic. I just feel so strongly about it. There is no stronger divide between the people who have done it successfully and the people who haven't than this particular topic. I'm in a private group with a lot of other successful devs, and there is no controversy about this whatsoever amongst that group. All of them agree that your game is predominantly the thing that defines your sales curve. And amongst the sort of greater internet world of game dev, like the hobbyist and aspiring game devs and stuff, this is so much more controversial, right? They believe that marketing is this magical thing that some people, get lucky on, or some people know how to do, or whatever, that like discoverability is our biggest problem. And it's just not. The quality bar is really high, but that is the mission. It's getting a game that either looks amazing, that when people see it, or it looks like it's amazing to play. Like maybe it doesn't look amazing artistically, but whatever the verb is on clear display, and it's like really novel, or it looks really fun, or it looks really inventive, or whatever. It has to have some sort of magic or some sort of hook if it's not going to look amazing. The third way is actually that it plays amazing when people play, and the way you get your game hot with that is through your demo. So Steam has a ladder for demos too. Like you release a demo, ideally you've built some sort of wish list kindling, even though your game doesn't look good. You manage to accumulate a couple hundred, maybe even a couple thousand wish lists through that initial sort of muscle, through that initial sort of legwork. And then you send out that notification that your demo is live, and a couple hundred people play it, and those couple hundred people who play it, their minds are blown, and their medium playtime is super high. And Steam immediately notices that the algorithm will notice that, and it will start showing your demo to more people. You'll start ranking in lists like trending free. You'll start ranking in lists like free demos right now. You'll start ranking in all those lists, and you'll just start getting more and more and more and more wish lists. And Steam will notice the high median playtime, and it'll notice sort of that your game is hot and people really like playing it. And once you accumulate those wish lists, once you go into Steam Next Fest, okay, that's where I talked about the festivals. Once you go into Steam Next Fest with your demo, you will tear it up, because Next Fest is all about, people download a bunch of free games and they play them. And if you have a super high median playtime for your demo in Next Fest, you will pop to the front of Next Fest, even if your game looks like ass. If it plays amazing, and I'm talking really amazing, right? Because your game needs to play double amazing, because you're competing with games that do look good and they play good. So your game needs to, if it looks bad, it needs to play freaking amazing, like almost revolutionary, right? It needs to really blow people's minds. You're going to be stuck to the top of Steam Next Fest. And once you do that, you're going to get 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 wish lists. Seriously, there are games that get like over 40,000 wish lists when they're on the front page of Steam Next Fest. Dude, and then you're done. And then with 40,000 wish lists, you're definitely going to get into new and trending. And people are going to go, what the heck is this game? Weird. Oh, it looks kind of, I wonder about that. And then they're like, must be amazing to play. You get tons of really good reviews really quickly, and people just start wanting to try your game out, and you just catches like wildfire. And that's kind of how it works. But again, it's about the product. It really is. And it's about the product more than it ever has been in the past. We're super demo dominant now. Demos are kind of the new way to win at Steam. And it really is about your game, either that it like, if evokes some sort of magic visually, like people see it and they're really moved by it, or when they play it, they're really moved by it. So it's more about the game than it ever has been before. It's an amazing time, I think, in the history of games. It's an amazing time to be in the industry. It's so amazing to just think, if I build a banger, it's gonna work on Steam. It's hard though. It's hard to build a banger. It's harder. Building a banger is harder than marketing. All those devs who say, okay, this is a real hot take. This is my last thing, and then I swear to God, I'll get to work. Holy good Lord, I'm so worked up about this topic. The devs who say that marketing is harder than making a game, those devs actually don't know how hard making a game is. They think they don't know jack about marketing, but what they don't know jack about is making a commercially competitive game. That's what they don't know jack about. So if you think that marketing is harder than making a game, and I'm using rhetorical you, I'm not talking to anyone in particular, then you don't actually know how hard it is to make a game. And you're not making a game to a high enough standard. Making the game should be way harder than marketing. Making the game should be 95% of your stress, 95% of your effort, 95% of your total hour work time and everything. That should really be the hard part, because that is the hard part. That is the magic, is making the thing. Where? I'm not lying. Know it. Okay. Katie Lulin says, video game marketing is my topic of research. Okay, rock on. Vim is asking, what does one do to get into this group? It's a secret group. You have to make a game that makes a lot of money. Ray Castley says, how does one get invited? Oh my God, everyone's asking about the group. I knew I shouldn't have said anything. Curiosity, what's the opinion on making games that take longer to make, like year-plus projects opposed to shorter games like Chris C mentioned within that group? Oh man, I could talk forever about that too. Like, different strokes for different folks, right? Like for us, making a game that takes a long time, it works for us. It's the kind of games we make, but it might not work for someone else. I don't know. You might take 5 years to make a game and it might not. Your game has to sell a lot to cover that. So, but it seems to work for us. It's the way we work. But I can see the other side too. Like there's many roads to Rome is what I'm saying. Many ways to do it. Shada Lulin says, I second what you say, by the way, but I'll add some nuance in the way product is the first element of marketing itself. Then in order of importance is price, play. Right. So you're talking about the 4 Ps of marketing. I addressed this specifically in my marketing is not the problem part 2 video, because a lot of people mentioned that. A lot of people were like, well, product is the first P of marketing. So isn't this kind of a marketing thing? I would say no, it's not a marketing thing, because again, back to the title of the video, marketing is not why most indie games fail. Why do most indie games fail? Is it because they picked the wrong product? No, it's not because they picked the wrong product. It's because their product was not high enough quality. And product quality cannot be a marketing thing. It can't. Because if you say that product quality is also a marketing thing, because it's a marketing thing to make a good product, that means your game is going to sell whatever. That's so confusing. By the time we're saying that, it's like, what does marketing even mean anymore? If you don't hire a marketing person to fix it, It is not a marketing problem. So if your game looks like ass, even though it's in a great genre, it's an RPG, roguelike, whatever. Pick your favorite tags that are selling well on Steam. It has a high demand genre, high median revenue, but it looks like ass. Can you say that's a marketing problem? Well, the problem, it's a marketing problem because the game doesn't look good and your product needs to look good. See, it's a marketing problem. No, it's not, because if you want your game to look better, you don't hire a marketing person. A marketing person is not going to make your game look better. It's a production problem. You're going to hire a production artist to make your game look better. That's why it can't possibly be a marketing problem. If we say that it's a marketing problem, well, then what are we going to, we're going to say that like, oh, my game was buggy. Well, that's a marketing problem because buggy games don't sell and people don't like buggy games. Okay, well, come on now. It's just like, it's a marketing decision to make your game buggy. No, it's not. That's why I say it's a production problem. We can't just lump everything under the sun into the first P of marketing. P with regards to the 4 Ps of marketing is product, the product you decide to make. It's only about product decision. It's the high pitch of your product, the genre of your product. That's the only sort of thing we can call a marketing decision, the product you choose to make. The quality of that product is not a marketing thing. It can't be. It just can't be. Otherwise, there's nothing left to call anything that's not marketing. Suddenly, marketing is like literally everything. Okay. Well, what does marketing even mean anymore? Everything here says, you think Vedinad is Danny Dev. I don't quite understand the reference. I think I know who you're talking about with Danny, but what's the first rules about Fight Club? Yeah, exactly. Black Zero Sword. Hi, Danny. How can I be sure that the gameplay is polished enough to release a demo before starting a project? Do you recommend creating multiple prototypes? I don't know. I mean, that's the hard. It's really hard, right? I definitely recommend some closed beta testing for sure, much as you can, But that's really, it's the hard part, and there's no formula that anyone has. Otherwise, we'd all make bangers every time, and we don't. Ray Castley says, keep me on your radar, guys. I want in on that group after I release my next game. Okay. Well, I hear a baby crying. It's not my baby. I think that's a baby outside. Oh, dear. Hey, I appreciate that, Arvix. Too kind. Shady Lolin says, marketing is a luggage word. It doesn't mean anything. That's why I hate it. You can try promoting as hard as you want, but if the game is shit, it's shit. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a lot of people accused me of, with the video, they're like, well, you think marketing is promotion. Marketing is more than promotion. It's like, no, no, I know the 4 Ps of marketing. I understand that. So hopefully I clarified that in my part 2. I talked a lot about that. What do you consider good enough to take from prototyping? Oh man, it's hard. It's hard. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I've never prototyped a game in my life, so I'm really not the right person to ask. All right, guys, I swear to God, if I don't get to work, I'm going to turn into a pumpkin. I'm going to turn into like a talking head. Talking head, like a Let's Chat streamer. Okay, so let's delete this sandbar. We don't want those sandbars. We're going with a new method here. So let's make sure that this has the correct material. Here we go. It's cave, floor, dark forest. Not that, people can keep talking about it if they want. I'll try to stay in the conversation, but I'm just going to try to get some stuff done here too. Okay. Oops. Okay, so I need to check, first of all, make sure this giant cave file is checked out. Okay, I have giant cave checked out, and now I just need to make sure that the Collada file is checked out as well. So it's called Dark Forest Cave. Dark Forest Cave. And we're going to check out that file, and then hopefully I still can't export. So, oh, I probably from this stalagmite or whatever. Oops. What's going on? Do cone. Go. Okay, now I should be able to export. There we go. Keep changes. Okay, I don't really see the change. Oh, you know, it's probably because I didn't parent this. Okay, here we go. So we've got sort of the wrong, right? We got like a pure dark red. We want like this pink color right here. So let's get that pink color mixed in. Just gonna paint over this sort of red here, get that pink color mixed in. Okay. Maybe a little bit more of that rough dirt. Okay. Export that. Ray Castley says, have you done any playtesting with Eastshade so far? Eastshade has shipped 5 years ago. Eastshade released in 2019, 6 years ago. Sorry, not 5 years ago. Eastshade is done. It's grossed like $3.6 million. Across 3 platforms. We were free on Game Pass for a year. If you had a Game Pass subscription, you could play. About 1.5 million people downloaded and played the game. We have a very positive review score on Steam. I think it's like 89% or something. And I'm not working on Eastshade anymore, which frustrates some people. They say the game is abandoned, but I say the game is done. Arvik says, will your game have a Steam Next Fest demo? Does it help with sales? Next Fest demo is absolutely massive. Yes. Glimmerwick will absolutely be in a Next Fest. It will be in one of these Next Fests coming up, and we will have a demo. We already have a demo in closed beta right now, and it's going swimmingly. People are really loving it. And I hope that when people play it on Next Fest, I hope they'll be impressed. I hope they'll be blown away. I hope it will live up to any expectations they had of the game. And I hope that, you know, I hope we win Next Fest. I hope that we'll be on the front page. I hope many people will discover the game who didn't previously know about the game. All right, so here we go. Let me move the Viz cam over to like the water feature that we're working on right here. Go ahead and check out, save. Okay. So it's looking a little ugly. Maybe we can sort of make a more dramatic mound situation. What might help is adding a plane in here so we can see where the water line is, but we'll see what this does. Okay, so that adds a little bit more dynamism here to this little lake area. I really want to push this up sort of by the front because I want to make sure that the silhouette right here is a little bit more dynamic. I'll just sort of rotate it, try to find a nice shape for it. I will add that plane. So I'm going to move the plane. I'm going to try to get the plane right where I believe the water is. For some reason, the plane is see-through. I don't know why the plane came in backwards, but here I'll make a plane. We can get some sort of rough idea of where the water is. I'll just export that. Okay, so that's pretty close. The plane is pretty close to what I'm actually seeing in Unity. We'll go with that. So we should have an idea now, so we can kind of move this around. Maybe lift it a little bit. I want to get a nice dynamic silhouette here. Let me just shove it in here. How's that? That seems like it might give us a nice dynamic silhouette. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Nice dynamic. Water. And then I could sort of move this around a little bit. Maybe I'll duplicate it. Move it over here a little, rotate it. I'll stick it right here. See what that looks like. Oh, Arvis asks, oh, does it help with sales being in NextFest? For some games, NextFest is absolutely everything. Like literally, like nobody would even discover their game without NextFest. For some games, it's, you know, really strong. But yeah, it helps with wish lists. So if it helps with wish lists, it helps with sales, because if you do really well in NextFest, then you'll get more wish lists because people will discover your game. And then once you get more wish lists, then you will have a stronger launch because more people will be waiting for your game. So it definitely helps with sales. You only get one NextFest, so you got to use it really wisely. Pretty important. Yeah, and it's kind of like, I think a lot of devs probably don't treat NextFest seriously enough, because it's a very big deal. It's, you know, it's when people are going to play your game, a lot of them for the first time, and a lot of people will discover your game on NextFest. So you need to treat NextFest almost like a launch. You need to treat it with that level of seriousness. It's not just a tool to like test your game, like so you can get like bug feedback or something. It's a really big deal. Black Zero Sword says, when you come up with a new mechanic, how do you plan it? Do you describe everything in a document, or do you start implementing it right away? Well, now that we have a programmer, Jenny, we tend to plan. We use a lot of design docs now. Like we'll write out the new mechanic in the design doc. We'll write out how it'll work, and then we'll give it to her. So now we use a lot of documents. And yeah, we sort of, I mean, you do the best you can do, right? From the armchair, I call it, like armchair design is where you just think and try to speculate basically on how the mechanic will fit into the game, how it'll support other auxiliary systems, and what the kind of impacts, what the downstream consequences might be to that mechanic. What implications does it have on content? Does the mechanic require new content in order to be good? Like if it's like a new, I don't know, enemy type or something, do you need to design new encounters that sort of leverage what the enemy type is like? There's so many considerations, and you basically just do the best you can do, trying to think from the armchair. And then you write your design doc, and you really have to consider the nuts and bolts, and then you put it in your game. Hopefully you play test it, depending on the kind of game it is. It really, you know, we make adventure games, so our process probably looks quite a bit different from maybe some more systemic styles of game. So every game is different. We're very content oriented. We're very quest oriented. So we make a quest and we test it. We can play through the quest in an encapsulated way and sort of feel out, you know, if the quest is good. Oh, Ray Castley says, sorry, I meant Songs of Glimmerwick. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, we're in, sorry about the late response to this. We're doing a closed beta right now for Songs of Glimmerwick. About 20, or no, really about 30 people in the beta, but only 20 people have played it. Some people surprisingly, some people apply for a beta and will sign an NDA and then not play the game. It's kind of interesting. Arvik says, I want to make games for a living, but I keep second guessing myself. I always wonder if another idea I had has a better chance of selling than my current one, so I keep switching projects. I feel that. It's hard. It's hard to know, you know? I get that. But, I mean, you do have to consider, you know, if you keep switching projects, you'll never finish one, so none of them will ever sell. Some people say, you know, just make them really sloppy and make them really fast. That wouldn't work for us. I don't know. It just wouldn't work for us. So I like the kinds of games we make are sort of very high production value, very high, you know, very content oriented. The scope of our games is, in my opinion, one of the features of the game. So making games fast and sort of rough, it wouldn't work for our games. So every game is different. Let's see what's going on Twitch over here. The Real Caesar, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. James Yago, hello, welcome back. Good to see you. Like how this particular level is looking. I'm so glad you like it. Ray Castley asked the question, do you have any tips on gathering feedback from playtests? I have 6,000 people in a queue at the moment. So far, about 700 played the first demo, but it's hard to gauge honesty via Google Forms. I know. You are preaching to the choir. I don't know. I don't know how to gauge feedback. I mean, we have a feedback form, and we just ask people like a couple questions, you know, that we ask them to rate the game, scale of 1 to 10. We ask them for their interest level in buying the game, like day one purchase, wait to see reviews, quality not there, whatever, you know, we have a couple different levels. We ask them for their interest in buying the game before playing the demo, and then we ask them for their interest level in buying the game after they play the demo. And we like to see if that has increased or decreased or stayed the same. I don't know. I don't know how honest it is. I don't know how well it works. I don't know the pitfalls of it. It's really feels like shooting in the dark, honestly. But no, I don't have any tips. I guess on Eastshade, we thought that asking people to rate the game would be kind of stupid. Like, we didn't think people would give us an honest answer. We thought, well, people already are interested in the game, blah, blah, blah. But then after we ran the play test, we were like, well, gosh, we have nothing. We have no qualitative answer as to how our game went. So we wish that we had just asked people, you know, at least ask them, like, what did you think of the game? But now we're sort of a little bit more forward about we just ask people point blank, like, what did you think of the game? And how would you rate it on a scale of 1 to 10? We literally just ask it. And it's nice to sort of have some kind of number, I guess. Not that I don't know how much you can even do with that number, but it's just nice to have. So that's not really a tip, just kind of a story. Vim says, I can never seem to find Eastshade on sale, always seem to miss it. On Steam, we go on sale all the time. We're on sale right now. On Xbox, we've barely ever had a sale. And that's just because Microsoft does not make it easy to participate self-service, like to self-participate in sales. Sony has recently made it a little bit easier, so we're starting to be in more sales on the PlayStation platform, but on the consoles, it's just a lot easier to participate in discounts than it is on Steam. So that's why you just see way more discounts for Eastshade on Steam. I don't know about the shape of this water. It's looking a little bit, I don't know. There, I think that helps a little bit, but it's still not my favorite shape. This edge right here on the side, definitely we need some kind of something to sort of vary up the shape. It might be too crazy, but yeah, you know what might make it kind of cool is we got Stalagmite 1. Where's stalagmite? Do we really? We have no stalagmite 2? Here's stalagmite 1, stalagmite 1. Let me try to get stalagmite 2 in here involved. So I don't think we've really used that one too much. I'm just going to squash it like a really stout little one here in the foreground, make it way smaller. And I'm going to stick that in there. And I'm just going to see how it looks. Yeah, it adds a little bit of detail and dynamism. A little bit sloppy looking, but actually looks like the vertex color is very sloppy looking. I don't know why that's going on. I think we need to blur a lot of the vertex color. Let me try doing that. So it's stalagmite 2. I think it's this one. 2 cube, and I'll get stalagmite 2. Check that out, and then we should be able to take a look at the vertex color, which for some reason, there we go. Now there, so let's use this blue. That can't have that. Let's get that dark value in there. Should be dark at the bottom. I'm just going to paint over that. All those little cracks, all those little breakages in the vertex color. I think they worked for each shade, but this one looks really bad. This can't be like this. And then we're just going to blur it. I'm going to grab the blur brush and blur it all out. So all these crevices, nooks and crannies, going to blur all those. Here we go. Oh, we got a big blue under here. This should all be dark. All of that should all be dark. All this should be dark. Okay. All that should be dark, dark, dark. And now let's grab the blur brush and just sort of blur this all out so we don't have those weird, like sort of garbage mesh, low poly garbage mesh looking things. I'll blur this part. This should really be black there in the middle, but hopefully it won't matter too much. Blur all that. Okay, now let's export that, see if that improves things a little bit. I played a bit on my brother's PC, but living the broke life. Gotcha, gotcha. Gems Yago says, honestly, I would have tried joining the beta myself, but I find myself a bit too busy. I understand. I totally understand. The real Caesar, I'm glad you liked the stream. Thank you for stopping by and checking it out. Gems Yago says, maybe the next fest demo I could try. Games Master TV eShade Dev is live. Okay, yeah. Jank is acceptable sometimes, but it depends on the genre. Like you can do it with co-op and horror, but I doubt on other stuff like eShade or Glimmerwick. Yeah, definitely jank is not welcome in the adventure game genre. Rock on. Thanks for listening to the stream. Hooray. Hey, Aku. Welcome, welcome. Streams still show 21 quid in the UK. Oh, Steam's, well, maybe, is it not on sale right now? Let me see. I mean, it goes on sale literally all the time, like probably 15 times a year. Shade. Yeah, it's not on sale right now, but it was on sale like yesterday, I think, or like 2 days ago. It was the day. Yeah, it was on, I think Saturday it was still on sale, or Monday, or even Sunday, I can't remember. But yeah, it goes on sale all the time. If you like wait a week, I'm pretty sure it'll, well, for the next, what is it, like the winter sale or something? Yeah, it'll be on sale again. Arvik says, did you know Unity just raised its prices by 5%? Still, it's cheaper than Unreal since Unity only charges after $200,000 per year, while Unreal takes a cut based on lifetime gross revenue. Yeah, for sure. It's still cheaper than Unreal. I did not know Unity raised its prices again. I hope Godot does the trick for us for our next game. Because yeah, it is quite expensive. It's funny, I think a lot of people feel like, you know, once their game makes a couple $100,000 that they won't care about the pricing, but once you actually do make a couple $100,000, you probably feel differently about it. I think we need like a waterfall, like some kind of terrace situation and a little waterfall. I think that would be cool. That would be really magical. So what I'm thinking is like looking at some of these concepts. Like here we've got like these sort of more terracey, like broken terrace looks. And I would like to do one of those. So that means we need to raise the level of this part of the cavern, which is no problem. And we need some kind of like cliff terrace, which we might just be able to prototype something that we already have, like cliff model. We have all these cliff chunks like here. Cliff chunk 2. That one's not quite dynamic enough. The mossy, that's a huge cliff chunk. Let's see. Oh, that one's just fizz. This, we could try this one. It doesn't quite have the right. We got that grass edge, but I think we still should be able to prototype it. So scale it down. Just prototype what a sort of craggy like edge would look like right here. Let's see if we can get the shaders right. So instead of bluff, we want to be like cave, floor, dark forest. Cave, floor, dark forest. And then the top will also be cave, floor, dark forest. Oh, it's completely black, fortunately. That's really not helping us prototype. Yeah, that's completely not helping us. That's the magic of having the right shader on your... Because clearly these cliffs are not built to... all the vertex colors are wrong. The UVs are pointed in the wrong direction, so there's like no dynamism at all. Still, it's still kind of useful because I actually do think this is going to work. Just from looking at that, I'm kind of squinting my eyes and I'm imagining what this might look like, and I think it's going to work. So I'll delete those, and now let's make it happen. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll take this entire section, yeah, all these, and I'll just partition that into its own object. And now I can sort of just grab this vert and move it out, turn off proportional fall off. And I don't know how much we want to raise it. We could start with like that. Definitely going to want, well, I don't know what's going on here. What's going on here with this vert? Move that vert way back. Let's do set origin to geometry. Push it up a little bit. Lazunga, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Arvik says, I think you should consider porting Eastshade to Godot in the future. Is that a real suggestion? Or is that a joke, Arvix? That would be wild. That would be completely wild. Might be harder to port a game than you think. Everything Hero says, do you know Gavin from Cuff Bust? I would say no. I've exchanged a few words with him. We spoke on like Twitter DM or something about a few things, but that's really the only time I've ever talked to him. But no, I would say I do not know him, although he lives very close to me. I think he lives like a 45-minute drive from my house. Everything Hero says, why do you think it failed per se? He had everything set up. Well, I mean, I think it failed for... Well, did it fail? I don't know. Did it fail? That's the first question I ask. Did Cuffbust actually fail? Because everyone's like, oh my God, it was such a failure. Now, if you want to go based on what its wishlist numbers were, then yeah, it underperformed statistically how much you would expect it to sell. But like looking at Gamealytics, which it doesn't, you know, it's very fresh, so we don't have a ton of data, but copies sold, we're looking at, it's estimating 19,000 copies sold. So we're talking about a gross revenue of, let's go with $160,000 in a week. So let's get a calculator. So after a week of revenue, you're talking about $160,000. You multiply that by 4 to get your year one revenue. You multiply that by 3 to get your lifetime revenue. That's $2 million gross. Do you feel like a failure if you make a game that makes $2 million and you spent, I don't know how much he spent on the game. Pretty sure it wasn't $1.2 million, which is going to be the net take home there. So I guess that's the first thing I want to point out. When people say a game failed, they throw around that term. Is $2 million lifetime a failure? I don't know if it is, especially when you consider, I doubt he spent more than $400,000 making that game. I mean, maybe he could have spent $1 million. I don't know. But, you know, he probably spent less than $500,000 making the game. Sorry, I just bumped my mic. So was it a failure? I don't know. And maybe the sales will dry up right now because the reviews are so bad, but maybe he'll push a couple patches and completely turn things around. You know, maybe he'll push a patch that has 5 new levels and he'll sort out the, you know, he and the company he's contracted will sort out the connection issues. Gosh, in 3 months, we could be looking at a review score of like 75%. And this friend slop title could go on, maybe could completely change the sales curve. And now it could be looking at more like 4 million lifetime. So really, I mean, the gamer, when people have the gamer, they're completely in their consumer mode. They think when they don't like a game or when other people don't like a game, they think the game failed. But it's a little different from the business perspective, if it failed or not. I don't know if it failed. Maybe it just didn't succeed as much as maybe, you know, he and his team hoped, but maybe it didn't fail. Not sure. We'll see. You know, give it a chance. Let me check out. So Strong Arm 5, thank you very much for the follow. Now, as far as why people don't like the game right now and why people aren't buying it, well, I mean, I don't know. If you just read through a few reviews, they're saying like they can't connect. There's not enough content, or they just don't think the game is that fun. They played it for 15 minutes and they don't really want to play anymore. I think that those, you know, so those are probably why it's, you know, has the low review score, and then the low review score is contributing to the, maybe to underperforming how much we'd expect, like 200,000 wish list to sale. So let's see. Oh, Dramulk says 160 say before or after taxes. So it's before, not only before taxes, but before platform cut. So like I said, that 2 million is gross revenue. So the net revenue is going to be like 1.7 or something like that. And then after the platform cut, it's going to be like 1.1 or 1.2 million. And that's going to be your pre-tax take home. Now, like I said, I don't know how much he spent on the game, but if we say he spent $500,000 on the game, well, all that $500,000 is deductible. So you're not going to pay taxes on the, we would just be paying taxes on your profit. So altogether, like looking at the game right now, looking at its course of lifetime revenue, we're looking at a $1.2 million pre-tax take home. We're looking at a game that potentially he spent anywhere from $100,000 to $500,000 on. We're looking at a taxable, take home of maybe $700,000 for 2 years. $700,000, pre-tax. No, I don't know. I don't know if I want to call that a failure necessarily. Again, yeah, it's all about your perspective. I'm sure that just because the expectations, when you have 200,000 wish lists, you do expect to make a bit more than that in the first week. I'm sure it's not all sunshine and roses, but I also think that just saying the game failed might not be quite telling the whole story there. I think that people love to, people want to believe that game quality, is everything. That's sort of the nice perspective. If you're a gamer, you want to believe that making, from your perspective, you want to play the best games. You want your products you buying to be the best products. So you want to believe that it's all about product quality. And I think product quality plays a massive, massive role, of course. But I think there's kind of like there's some catharsis, probably from gamers if they hear from a developer who says that, they prioritize virality. I think the more pure-hearted want that to not be true. And they want to be able to say, oh, well, look, you prioritize virality. Turns out it ain't all about virality. Turns out you got to make a good game too. I think people like to be able to say that. Now, with in the friend slop genre, again, think of how different the narrative would be if Cuffbust came out on Steam and nobody knew about it and it didn't have 200,000 wish lists. How different would the narrative be? Made a friend slop game and it made almost $200,000 in a week gross revenue. That's a very different narrative. And maybe even people would be praising the game. They'd be like, wow, this game came out of nowhere and it's such a cool, design. Hey, it doesn't have much content yet and it has some issues with the online connection, but maybe they sort that out. Like, this game could be really cool. Like, really, the narrative could completely change very quickly if we just change the expectations. Same thing with No Man's Sky, similar sort of situation. Now that game was driving me crazy when people were saying it was a failure, because it was literally just, the money was rolling in. Like, it was making so much money and people were calling it a failure. Couldn't stand it. But Cuffbust is a little different, because I guess I wouldn't say Cuffbust is making so much money. I mean, he lowered the price right away from 20 to 10. And that was I'm sure that was a hard decision for him when he felt like probably he had priced the game a little too high. You also have, I was taking a peek at the forums and people were like, he hasn't said anything. Like, why isn't he communicating? How come he's completely silent? So funny to me. Like, what do you want him to say right now? Honestly, like, there's like 100 things he can say and 99 of them are going to make a hate mob. So how can he win really by saying anything? The only way he can win is by putting his head down and going and trying to make a patch as quickly as possible that adds content. So it's just funny. As I'm gabbing, by the way, I'm filling all these little holes at the bottom of this stalagmite because I just noticed that I'm seeing all these little jaggies floating. So I just want to make sure I have a little bit more tolerance when I set this stalag on the ground, that we don't get these gross little jaggies. But yeah, it's interesting to me how much people don't think from the perspective of the developer. They're like, why hasn't he? I want to hear from him, and it's like, what do you want to hear? That he's hard at work on a patch? Like, that's not gonna do anything. Like, I don't know if that's gonna quell anybody's ire. What would quell people's ire is actually releasing a patch. So, and even crafting, people don't understand how much time it takes to craft a response. When you have a hate mob and you have that many people that angry, it's like you're walking on landmines. You need to be very careful with what you say, and you need to spend a lot of time crafting a response. And with the release is still hot. It's only weeks old, and acting fast makes all the difference in the world. You want him to spend time writing a response to people. He's going to spend literally work days on that. He's going to spend maybe a work day sending it out and to get it vetted to make sure that he's not saying the wrong thing. Because really, people are armed with pitchforks and they're waiting. There's just not a lot of ways to please them in that situation. So it makes sense to me that he would just go for the patch before he says anything. Release a patch, hopefully, that increases some of the content. Okay, there we go. So we've got a little bit more leeway now. Now this one is really floating up. I want to extend that one down as well. Okay, let me catch up with chat. I've been kind of ignoring it. Vim says, I think it was mainly people being peeved about the aggressive monetization, like the high price and the little content plushies and stuff. But to be honest, I feel like it was a lot of hate. Yeah, I'm sure that had to do with it, with the plushies and the high price and everything. But if the game shipped with a lot of content and it wasn't having any issues, then maybe the plushies would have been a little stroke of genius. I don't know. But I can see why people would be annoyed about that. Vim says, I think he is secretly working hard to turn it around. Probably. He could be dealing with burnout too. Not sure. Like I said, I don't know him at all, so he could be dealing with burnout. I know he said on the Jonas Tyroller interview that he doesn't know if he wants to keep making games, which is pretty strong. I mean, that sounds like burnout, that's for sure. So if he's dealing with burnout, then dealing with this launch could be this could be really hard on him, because then you're kind of forced into crunching and you're dealing with burnout. That could be really bad, but he's probably just working hard on a patch. I need to make sure that I did some work on this one too, I think. Did I? I don't know. What is this? This is Stalagmite 1. Yeah, okay. I don't know if I did some work on this one, but I'll go ahead and mark it for export. Stalagmite 1. Right, I need to go to Unity and check out Stalagmite 1. Okay. Aku says, my favorite UV editing change in Blender, binded M to mark seam and shift M to clear seam. Yeah, marking seams is pretty cool. GAMEDEV, hello. Which devs are people mad at now? Oh, like the jail escape thing. Yeah, we were talking about cuff bust. Okay, so I want to try to make this like cool cliff thing. I'm going to see about that. But first, I'm going to be right back. Tim says, so, have you decided on, asking you have decided you want to use Godot for the next project. Well, we've only decided that we want to explore Godot for the next project. I wouldn't say we've decided that we're gonna use it because I still don't know if Godot is ready for prime time. Like I've said on the stream before, I'm just really worried about performance with Godot since it seems so low priority to the Godot devs. That does worry me a bit. Because I don't want to be fighting uphill. Performance is already a nightmare to deal with. I don't want bad performance draw call for draw call. I'm just talking about the base performance of Godot. Like people on the Godot forum would all say performance is all about the dev, you know, and how you make the game, which is certainly true, but there is such a thing as baseline performance for a game engine. There absolutely is, like the low level baseline performance, draw call for draw call, triangle for triangle. And then also for the performance, whatever tools the game gives, or whatever tools the engine gives you for performance, like if it gives you mesh combining or occlusion culling or even frustum culling, there's quite a few ways to do frustum culling. And like you could, like Unity does do frustum culling, but it does not frustum cull the shadow casters. So even though the render mesh is not drawing, if you're using the render mesh to cast shadows, then that render mesh is drawing. It's being drawn on the GPU, and it's casting the shadow using that render mesh, which can be absolutely massive. I mean, that can destroy your game. You can have 1,000 draw calls on screen and 5,000 draw calls of shadow casters behind you, and not a single one of those shadows is actually on screen, but it's still drawing them all. Whereas Unreal does not do that. Unreal frustum culls. It figures out if the shadow is in your frustum or not, and it culls it. So stuff like that, that's engine level stuff. And you could say, well, you know, a good dev is going to do what they need to do, and they can make that stuff if they want. But like, and that's true, but you know, those things are kind of hard to make. So if the engine comes with them, then that's a big deal. And there's a lot of things like that that are like, yeah, you know, performance is up to the dev, but there's also all of these things at the engine level that the engine may or may not, you know, come with out of the box that are going to make your life really easy. There's also a million different ways, probably infinite different ways that your lighting pipeline can work. You know, all the GPUs have these basic APIs, right? Like DirectX and OpenGL and stuff. But there's a million different ways to actually use those APIs to draw stuff on screen. And there's, you know, some ways that are more efficient than others. And there are some engines that are more optimized than others. Like, well, obviously, you know, Unreal 5 now uses the virtualized geometry with the nanite, which is sort of an interesting, you know, no other engine does that, and it's has a very expensive overhead, but you can draw a lot more stuff. So sort of pick your poison with that. That's worth it for your game or not. That trade-off of having very high overhead, very high base cost, but being able to put a lot of triangles on screen is worth it. I don't think it helps with draw calls at all, so it doesn't seem like something I'd be interested in. Okay, so looking at our vertex color here, I'll just take this set origin. So while I've been gabbing, I've just been modeling this little terrace. I'm just gonna raise this terrace a little bit, just so we don't have the Z fighting there. And I'm gonna just paint, the blue. I'm gonna add a cut right here, and I'll paint actually I should put another cut right there, and I'll grab both those rows of faces, and then I will set those to blue. And then I got this trick where now I can remove this edge, and we have this perfect blue gradient in the vertex color. And now I'm going to export that, and I'm going to see how it looks just with the shaders we already have. Really simple. Okay. I think it's going to work. Okay, the only thing is the UVs are all destroyed. So let me go ahead and unwrap those. Make sure we have some reasonable UVs here. And then also it just seems like this edge, I'm going to slide it way further up to the top to get that fade happening way closer for the cut rock look. I think this could work. I think this is showing promise. What's going on here? Here, let's save that. I think we need it to be a little bit more craggy. We can't have that showing. That needs to be gone. But yeah, I think it could work. Let's take a peek at some of our references. It's really, the reference has a really craggy look to it, which I'm sure with more rocks and support, we could make it way more craggy looking. So definitely this, just push it back a little. I don't want this little pool of water right here. It just looks weird. Once we have that flat crag, that sort of flat piece of terrain, you guys know what I'm trying to say, that flat wall. And then I'm just gonna start adding a bunch of cuts to this and just try to make the actual shape of this thing way more dynamic. And I want some sharp crags as well. So I'm just going to put some really close to each other, and that should give us some really sharp crags. So see, it's getting craggier. Put a little one right here, put a little one right here, just a little sharp crag. And I can run like a decimation on this as well, but I want to move some of these verts as well around. Moving these verts is going to sort of change how the vertex coloring is happening. But it doesn't change the shape so much to move these around, but it is changing what's happening with the vertex color. Because we've got this vertex color going. Also gonna paint that blue. I'm actually gonna wrap, so I'll add one more cut here. And I'm actually gonna wrap that blue all the way up and over the lip a little bit here. Just to add some different, just a more uneven look. For the craggy rock. Okay. Vim said, I saw a video by Blargus who made Blood Thief. Seems like a ton of bugs from the engine. Oh, in Godot? That's not good. Vim said, why don't you consider Unreal then? I don't think I'd ever consider Unreal just because I hate the biggest reason is that I hate visual scripting. I just hate it. And there's a lot of reasons I wouldn't use Unreal. I hate visual scripting for one, and I hate the idea of giving away 5% of my revenue to Epic for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life. Doing that bookkeeping and sending that money to Epic sounds like not fun. That does not excite me. Again, these are problems that you just don't think about when you have not shipped a successful game. But once you ship a successful game, the bookkeeping of sending royalties every quarter for the rest of your life, it really sounds less good to you. I already do royalties every month. And for some of the people who worked on eShade. And I really, not even so much giving up the money, it's just the bookkeeping hassle of doing royalties is annoying. It's careful work. And like, you can't hire someone really. I mean, you could hire someone to do it, but it's going to be so expensive. It's going to be like relatively small royalties. You're going to be paying more to that person to take care of your royalties than you're giving away in royalties. Yeah, so just the expensiveness of the engine, the fact that I hate visual scripting, and the overhead of the engine as well, the overhead of Nanite. I'm just not really sold on virtualized geometry. I don't really know if it's the direction I want to go. Maybe I'm just an old man. I just like sort of more blank slate style engines. Like Unity is just it doesn't really make assumptions about the way that you are going to do something. I feel like Unreal makes a lot more assumptions about the way that you should. This has a lot more like architecture in place. For how you should structure your game code. Okay, there I've sort of varied up the rock wall there, and I don't really know if I like what I did to it. I think maybe I'm gonna undo some of the changes I made. So I'm gonna start undoing. So there I undid the whole thing. Let's do Control Y. Oh, Control Shift Z. What is redo? Okay, there's redo. Maybe just a few of the changes, not quite so many. Huh. There. I undid a couple. Let's see. Undo a couple more. Yeah, maybe we will just go back to flat. See how that looks. I think I like how that looks a little bit better. It's a little bit cleaner. Now it still doesn't have the super rocky, sharp look. I wonder if we can use a green. Oh, I've got an idea. Let's take a look at this. So I'm gonna look at this material. I'm gonna check out this material, and I'm gonna take the green channel and do like, I want a light texture. I could try to take almost white. I think that'll probably be too much, but I should be able to like make like a little line, I wonder, or like a worn rock edge. Maybe I want something with a lot more texture in it. Actually, we could do cut rock, just a brighter version of cliff rock. Yeah, that's gonna work. That's gonna work. Oh yeah, that's gonna work perfect. I just want to make sure it has the exact, it's tiling at the same frequency. So now when I boost it, so here we've got a much brighter version of cut rock, and what I can do is I can use the green channel. Oh, this is really big brain stuff right here. I can use the green channel to add right on the corner. Oh, I'm excited about this. How's this gonna look? I'm just gonna add with the vertex color, full strength, let's go. For some reason, I'm not able to add green, and I'm wondering why. There we go. I'm just gonna do a one little edge here where I'm just gonna paint green all along. And I'm gonna see if that just creates way more drama to that edge. Let's see. I don't really like it. Let's add some more contrast to it. So there's a soft look. Take a little height boost out. Just creates a much like more defined edge here. Could like lower the tiling, raise the tiling. Could try a couple different things. Seems like maybe raising the tiling might be good. Give it a little height boost. Give it a little contrast. Guys, it's not working as well as I was hoping it would. I really thought it was going to be the magic touch. Let me just paint that green all along this edge. See if it's going to give us that little extra bit of drama, little extra bit of definition, dynamism. I do like certain things about it. I wonder if there's another rock texture. I don't think we have any other rocky sort of textures that are light like that. We can't just take a noise. It really needs to be a certain texture. Why don't we make a texture? This is actually, even this noise texture, I think is working a little bit better than the other one, which bodes well for us because it means we can probably find a texture that will work. Let's try this like cloud texture. How's that going to work? Okay, I can already sort of see that that might work better. So I'm going to save as a new one, and I'm going to call this like cliff rock edge. I'll call it cliff rock edge. And I know this is a really big texture, so I don't want a 2048. I want a 1024 or even a 512, but let's see what we got here. Just turning this off. So it has some like blue in it. Let's go with that. And then I'm going to look at the channels. I'm going to copy this into the channels. And I'm just going to make it take up the full value range. And when it comes to the This is the height. This is the height mix texture. I just want to keep it sort of all in the middle range there. That tends to work the best for these mix shaders, or for the height mixing shaders, which is what I have. And I'm gonna save that. Let's see how that works. This is wild stuff. Okay. Cliff edge. What? No. Cliff rock edge. There it is. Cool. And then I just want to. Do we need to remove matte? Alpha's transparency? I don't think so. Let's get that cave floor material. That is more the look we want. I'll lower the contrast a little bit. Something like that. The only thing is I want it to be like a little bit less opaque, or at least closer value to what we're looking for, but I like the way that that sort of beads up. I know we've got to go sort of high contrast with it. Let's get a little bit more of a smooth look. Oh yeah, that's starting to look nice. And I think what will help, actually that already looks pretty good. It's really adding the impression of an edge here. And I think what might help is if we sort of move all the, first of all, I want to take some of that blue out. Actually, I'll go completely desaturated with it. And maybe sort of knock off the top and the bottom. Just keep it more in this sort of similar value range here. Yeah, I think something like that could work. I'll do it even more, just keep it even more. That's looking pretty good. I wonder if I grab the cliff rock texture, if I put it over the top. I'll just, what is this? Is this like an overlay? Oh man, I think that might be really nice. Let's put that on there. Let's stick that in there. Oh yeah. This is what I'm talking about right here. This is gonna work. Look at that. Look at that rocky look. I almost don't even want to overlay it. I just want to maybe try just literally making this the texture. What does that look like? I like that. I like it. I wonder if we took that and we first of all, let's make a new group and call it like height mask. I'll just call it height, and then I'll stick that in there. And then let's just decrease the value here. So we kind of have a mix of both of them. I'll merge that group. Control A, Control C. I'll delete that. Put it in the channels. So we have some of that detail in the actual height mask. That's going to really change the look. Yeah, that changes it significantly. So it's a little too noisy for my taste. Now I want to bring back the less noisy look. That we had with the just the straight cloud texture. So I'll reduce that a little bit. And I'm also wondering if I turn this to the side, if that's going to look better for us. Sorry, I haven't checked chat in forever, guys. I'm going to take a peek at it real soon. That's a little bit better. I like that. Okay, here we go. All right, let me catch up with chat. DNA, hello, welcome. Sorry if you're still around. I know it's been a long time. What software is this? I'm using Blender. Blender is the 3D software and Unity is the game engine. Alistair, hello, welcome, welcome. Sorry I missed your greeting. Vim says, how old are you? If you're talking to me, I am 34 years old. Vim says the curves look too clean, like a wave. Yeah, I agree. Something is not quite right. A lot of effort for a cliff. Hey, cliffs are important. Taking up a lot of screen real estate. Aku says, I'm currently close to my first proper game release in custom game engine. Awesome. That's really exciting. I think I might never be able to make a game in a real engine again. Why is that? It's just too addictive to make your own engine sort of thing. Vim says you got to save that statement for after release of the game. Atriki, hello and welcome. Inching ever closer to playable demo. Hell yeah, that's really exciting. Tuning in for motivation. Rock on. Well, you guys motivate me too. Aku says, the technical side is super interesting to me, and it's nice knowing how everything works under the hood. Yeah, I can totally see that. Making game engines seems like it would really be fun. I think I could get addicted to that. Okay, so yeah, I like that right there. I think I like that look. I wonder now if the trick is going to be making it like more craggy. Like, what if I just took off the turbo smooth modifier? What would that do? Took off one of the turbo smooth modifiers. Well, that already looks better. That's interesting. What if I took off all the turbo smooth? This looks better. That would be very strange. But it could be just more rocky. Did it actually take off? Because I'm not even seeing a change. There's no way. Let me re-export. There's no way we took it off. There we go. Now we took it off. Does that look better? Definitely makes that edge sort of look more right, I feel like. You know what also might look really cool is, first of all, cutting off this thing a little bit closer so it doesn't need to extend so far down, and then making this dark blue or even black at the bottom. We'll go with black. Need to go wake up my baby. Eight. I prefer the angular cliffs. Oh, I like that dark. That darkening looks good. It says handmade hero, super good. I saw a couple of videos. I'd rather use that knowledge to edit the engine I use. Custom engine will take way too long. Yeah, definitely drawbacks and benefits to both. Folks, I'm going to be right back. Well, actually, I'm probably going to be like 10 minutes. All right, it's been at least 10 minutes. How long has it been? I don't know. The problem with streaming for a long time is you get hungry. Back, but still eating. Really back? No, not really. "23 minutes. Okay, well, time flies. Time really flies. Hello, Eunice. I'm very backlit with my window. Too backlit? Okay, one more bite, and then I'll do some work. I'm like the slowest eater in the world. So I tried this like double tier situation, sort of checking out how that looks. Now, my eventual plan is to put a waterfall here. I'd love to put a waterfall. I'm kind of digging how this is reading though. This is good. This is a good situation. I'm happy with how this is. Why does Blender look so scary? You mean like just generally Blender, or are you talking specifically why my version of Blender, which is very old, looks so scary? Yeah, 3D applications are a lot. They're a lot. Jensen, thank you so much. Jensen, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Strongarm 5, if you're still around, I really appreciate the follow. It's only been 2 hours and 11 minutes. So I was gone for 23 minutes. Fast as I could. So I'm going to check if we have a waterfall. I doubt we just have a waterfall hanging out. Yeah, we have, that's an interior. We don't have any waterfall meshes. I believe we'll have to steal a waterfall from a different area. So we have a number of different waterfalls. I think almost all of our waterfalls are going to be in terrain, the big terrain file. So in order to steal them, I'll just sort of have a peek in the terrain file. Let's check it out. So Arvix asks, they're noticing you're making 3D models for 2D game. That's right. We do a lot of our terrain with 3D. Not all of it, but we do a lot of it with 3D. And even our interiors, we do a very mixed workflow. I made a YouTube video. I link to this YouTube video every single stream. I apologize to folks who've already heard this before, but I always link to it just because I think that it's just really, it covers all of the weird stuff that we do. I really wish that there was a way to sort of, I don't know, when I made this video, I went through all the weird techniques we use, and I thought that it was kind of like, I knew it wouldn't get a ton of views, but I just thought to myself, man, this is really kind of revolutionary. Like a lot of the stuff that we're doing, you know, not to toot our own horn so much, I know it sounds very arrogant, but I just feel like a lot of the weird workflows we use in this game that we've developed over the last 6 years, they're very novel. They're very weird and they're very novel. So I wish I could get some of that stuff featured on like 80.lv or something, because I think it is really weird and interesting stuff, and just very unique workflow. So I'm linking to that video because it covers a lot of the weird stuff that we do with our sort of 3D, 2D combo workflow. Oh, Arvix, I watched it more than 5 times. Okay, all right, gotcha. Sorry for beating a dead horse by linking to it. Oh, well, thank you. That's very kind of you. Very kind of you. I'm glad you really like it. I'm glad you enjoy the devlogs. It means a lot. They're a lot of work to make, and sometimes it's hard to justify spending so much time making them. Here's a waterfall right here. Here's another waterfall, but it's really tall. So I'm gonna maybe try to get this one. Fortunately, this is all one object, so it's just waterfall.003, and I'm gonna see if that one will work. Waterfall.003. I have another devlog written. Go ahead and append that waterfall.003. So it's going to be in terrain. Go into models, blends, terrain. But I have to put footage to it and record it and stuff. And I also need to think of a name for it because, right, the name of the essay, I write these things in essays and then I just record the voiceover and then I find video to match up with it. Waterfall.003. And the essay is called The Secret Lives of NPCs, and it's all about like NPC scheduling and the sort of design philosophy behind it. But I need to think of a title that people actually watch, because nobody will click on The Secret Lives of NPCs. At least the YouTube audience will not click on it for the most part. The title needs to be like, we scheduled 5 NPCs to go to Mars or something. You know, it needs to be like absolutely, there needs to be some sort of curiosity there. I don't know. And I don't really know how to, what to title it. Title and thumbnail is really important on YouTube. Okay, so there's the waterfall. So it's going the wrong direction. I think it should be more camera facing. Which means I'll sort of have to rearrange this a little bit. I want it to be more like that. Then we'll need to redo all the shaders. None of these shaders are right. I think that the waterfall should really be more like over here. And then this will have to be just a little bit further back if I'm going to do a double. Actually, I don't actually know if we need to worry too much about what this thing is doing. It would make sense if we need to build some sort of little cove for the water. So that side makes sense. I also think this would probably be eroded away a little bit. There we go. And then this side, maybe we can just sort of pitch this in a little bit like that. Seems pretty effective. What do we got? Oh yeah, that works. So now I need to try to make this waterfall. First of all, it's a pretty big waterfall for being in a cavern. Let me see if I can just sort of make it look like it's a little bit lower volume of water coming in here. And then we really need to mess with the values, because the values are cray cray. It's way too bright. So all the values, we need to version off all the materials for this waterfall. City East River. There's literally one material for this entire waterfall, and it has all the different bits on the material. That makes it so easy. So we'll call this like Dark Forest Cave Waterfall. Dark Forest Cave Waterfall. And it's just, we got to get the values right. Oh, thanks guys. I'm glad you dig it. Eunice says, oh, the first video you watched, cool, was the one about the art style. That's cool. Here we go. So let's get Dark Forest Cave Waterfall. Beautiful. And now we can sort of tame the values here. Let's save. So we're not too far off, but we just need to make sure that that value. So in the cave, it's going to just be a lot darker. We could go with a more green, or we can go with a more, this doesn't quite match the water, but maybe we don't want the water to be green. Maybe we want a more sort of blue look in this cave. You would expect this pool to be a little bit less glassy. Oh yeah, that looks really, really special. I'm gonna mess with this one a little bit. Okay, so we can, wow, we can really add a lot of, ooh, that looks, could we even add like purple, just make this thing look completely bizarre? Even red, like some kind of bacteria or something. There's the green look. There's this sort of blue look. We could try to make it go lighter. No, I don't like the look of the... Well, we could try it like going lighter toward the edges here and then darker in the middle. That might be kind of interesting. Darker and bluer in the middle. There's so many ways we could go with it. All the values of this thing overall are sort of whacked out. Increase the contrast there. It looks like the other way we had it. Yeah, that looks better for whatever reason. But I do want to try going a little bit bluer in the middle. I think that looks pretty neat. Now, it's going to be pretty hard to make this waterfall. We're going to have to cut a channel here. Not going to be easy. Man, yeah, we should probably use the mesh here. I think that's going to make our lives a little bit easier. In fact, we might even have to go and steal some of the river meshes we have from the terrain. But this is clearly working. Clearly working. Just the, you know, the immediate read is working. We got to put some rapids here in the water. In fact, we could add that right now, see how that looks. So let's take that. There's this distortion, refraction, intensity. Where is it? Where is it? Not displacement, because right now we've got the really glassy water thing going. I think maybe it only happens when you when you're in game mode. I don't think you can actually see it right now. So we'll take a peek once we're in game mode. But we need to figure out what we're doing with the river, because this ain't working. I want the river to be cut down, right down the middle of this, and then I think it's going to come out right here at the end. So there's the directional light. We don't want that. I'm going to add a little bit of brightness kind of right near the waterfall, just to, everything sort of brightens up, almost looks like it's glowing where the waterfall is. Oh yeah, that's going to work. And it's overly bright. It's not going to be that bright when we're actually in game mode. So about that. So let's add some more lights down here. And then we're going to have another waterfall right here at the end, coming out of the sort of crotch right here. Another waterfall, and then the river is just going to kind of meander down this way. At least that's my vision. So I think what we want to do, we want to take these. Oops. We want to take these and just pull them back and make sure we have enough room. Seems like this should kind of go out this way. And we're just going to cover that with like rocks and stuff. I don't really know how we're going to cover that sort of crotch right there. But I know we want to cut our river, so I'm thinking all these faces are going to go away. And then we want all of these faces, all these verts, we just want to pull them under so that we have some kind of ground right there. And then we'll cut our river right here. And the rivers has to have a sort of dynamic edge. So I'm going to take a look at what we've got going in the terrain. This is going really well. This is going really well. Anyone who watched the stream 2 or 3 days ago I was just like on the mountain of solitude. I was like suffering, and I was just like crying, basically crying on stream when we started the cave, because the first things that I was doing, honestly, they were just, it was horrible. It was a train wreck. Nothing looked good. It looked absolutely horrible. And I deleted everything and I started over. Arvik says, can't wait for the devlog and the demo that should be releasing soon, because it's damn near 6 years. 6 years since we released a game, yeah. Okay, so let's open up the terrain. So let's go over to Perforce, open up the terrain, and take a look at the river. So here's the river. So check this out. We actually have a spline and everything. So we should definitely leverage that, because that should make it a bit easier. Although, so there's a couple options, because we also have in another file, we have the cave stuff. Actually, I deleted it because I got so pissed, but we should be able to get it back. There's the one, I don't know what's riskier. Let me fly around and look at the river in the game. So here, this is, I can't believe how well this is going. So here's the river we have on the terrain that we could steal. What? Why is this all under shadow, I wonder? Huh. Maybe just because the interior in the sky? That's what. So all this whole river right here, we could just grab this mesh and see, we already have this like nice edge right here that we could use. But I'm wondering if it's a little too meandering and flat. I wonder if the mesh that we had from Giant Cave would actually work better, because it definitely had some good river pizzazz going on. Well, first let's see if we can even get the mesh back. So I'm gonna open up a Blender. Well, let's see. It should be, I don't think it's cave. I think it was actually Giant Cave, so it really is kind of stupid that I deleted all that stuff. Let me open up this. Open in Show in Explorer or something. Show in Explorer. There we go. Thanks, Gemsiago. There's Giant Cave. There's cave. There's no cave. There's no cavern. It's got to be Giant Cave. That's where we put everything. And I have Giant Cave open right now, so we've really changed that file. We deleted all the old stuff. So I would just need to check out in here. We've got our shade stuff, and then I'll just go by size. Here's our asset creation folder. Oops. I don't know why 7-zip doesn't associate already. It's kind of silly. I'll just copy the path. Oh, we're already in eShade stuff. Open up asset creation, 3D. Here's the Giant Cave. We'll just open up that file. See if we have, yeah, so we have this like river chute. You can see it has like a really dynamic, it has a really dynamic little like water line here. Really dynamic shape for a river. So if we just grab this, I'm pretty sure we can make some nice stuff out of it. So the name of this is, it's literally just called cylinder. So what I need to do is exit out of this. Yeah, I want to quit. And then I want to put this giant cave, really any old place. Just going to minimize 7,000 things I have open and put the giant cave here on the desktop. And then I'll open up our other giant cave, which is right here. And then I'll go ahead and go append, head over to the desktop, open up giant cave, object, and let's get our cylinder. Here we go. We're in business. It has a subsurf modifier on it, so this should be very simple. Should be able to kind of use this as a river. Yeah, look at that. I can already see it's going to have a nice silhouette there. Let me just take a, oops. Let me take a piece of this, a piece that I like, and just stick it here. We can get a little test of what it's going to look like. So we want it to be roughly the width of the river that we already have, something like that. I can just kind of move it around until we have a shape. This shape looks nice. I like this. I see what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to find a shape for the little piece of river that we have. I think that should work. We might even scale this down more. The more we scale it down, the more dynamic the river shape. Well, that's too noisy, I would say. I don't want it to be too dynamic to where the detail level of the coast of the river is just kind of like dwarfing the detail level everywhere else. I'm just trying out different shapes. Go with that. Let's see what we got here. So this mesh is a mess, but I don't care. I'll figure it out. Really, I always laugh when people talk about topology with regards to environment art. I feel like if you care about topology, then you are not an environment artist. Not because environment artists don't care. I mean, environment artists just know that topology doesn't matter. And if you don't know that topology doesn't matter, then, you know, you're probably like, you're probably either a character artist or you're just a student and you just learned that you thought you just think you should care about topology, but topology is not a thing in environment art. FYI, in case anyone was wondering. I'm going to delete all this other stuff. And so there's our sort of river, the shape of our river here, coast of our river. I'm going to sort of rotate it a little. How about that? That looks pretty cool. Maybe we get so many different options we can go with it. And kind of like that. That looks pretty nice. Let's go with that. Let's do it. So now we just need to get rid of the top. So let's kind of view. Let's go view from this front view, and should just be able to grab all these verts and delete them. Excellent. Now I can grab the. Well, this is a little garbagey down here. Just fill all this stuff. Make sure we got something going on here. I want to fill in all those little jaggies because I don't really know what parts we'll need and what parts we won't. I don't really know that just yet. But I know we've got to make this edge flat. I'll just sort of fill in this stuff so we can have more or less some kind of flat, something to work with. Here, I'll just put a cut right here and just merge these verts. There we go. Then I should just be able to, I could even use proportional fall off, that might work. There, I flattened that edge, and I should just be able to kind of like push it down. And I think that we're close there. I'm going to expand the selection, and I could flatten this area as well with the proportional fall. Look at that. Beautiful. Push that down. Look at that. We're so close. Nice. Now we should just be able to blend that with whatever, you know, terrain hole we cut for ourselves. In fact, why don't we cut that terrain hole right now? So just start by cutting away some of these faces. I'll leave some of those at the close to the waterfall's mouth there. Delete all those away. And now we're cutting the hole, leaving the way for the terrain. Let me catch up with chats. Firkin, hello and welcome. Arvik says, always wondered how to make the sounds for a game, the gameplay effects and stuff. I just buy sound asset packs. Do you do yours from scratch? I don't do ours from scratch. I have made many sounds from scratch, but I do buy a lot of, we have used a lot of sound asset packs. And I also go to freesound.org, which is, in my opinion, kind of making them from scratch, because there's a lot of things on freesound.org that are just literally raw. I would call them raw sounds, like crinkling can or like dropping rock or something like that. And those are things, you know, I wish I had the time to record them because it's really fun to record sounds. But yeah, I have made a lot of sounds. I would say that the trick, a lot of the time, you're doing an organic sounding game like Glimmerwick is, with the exception of the magic, but there's a lot of organic sounds in Glimmerwick. And in general, my taste is sort of more organic sound design. I would say you just want to like combine a lot of sounds together, and sometimes that will get you closer to the impression that you want. Like, it's kind of funny when you, the sound for equipping an outfit in Glimmerwick, it's like the sound of like clothes rustling, plus the sound of like a stick being whooshed by the microphone, plus the sound of like clothes dropping onto the floor, plus like a little bit of a belt jingle twinkle sound, a little bit of metal in there. It's just like so much stuff layered up to get this kind of big sound. And I would say that, yeah, combining a lot of sounds is, if I had to give one sound design trick, I would say that that's the biggest one. You're not just going to find one sound that's going to give you the impression of what it is you're trying to do sound for. Usually it's going to be a lot of sounds built up. It's going to give you like a sort of more detailed, meaty sound that actually reminds people more of what this thing is, which is weird. Gems Yago says, seems like topology doesn't exactly matter as much with terrain specifically. It doesn't matter with anything that's not a character. So it doesn't matter with, I mean, I guess it matters with like architecture just because you want to be able to edit your mesh. And if it's just a bunch of crazy triangles, then that's going to be a problem. But most of the normal rules you hear about for topology, like everything should be quads, and everything should be even rings and stuff, even rings and loops. That's all character stuff. Doesn't apply to environment art. And especially when it comes, to terrain or rocks or really or even like tree trunks, lots of organic things. Topology just, you only need the mesh to be the way that you need it to be in order to edit it. But once you pass that, you can do all kinds of crazy stuff, like what I'm doing right now. Bulb Turtle, good to see you back. It's going great. It's going absolutely great right now. We're making excellent progress on this cave. I'm really excited about it. I haven't been this excited about something I'm working on for a long time. I'm having an absolute blast right now. So I'm just going to fill up some of these triangles. I'm just going to sort of fill them in, make a more even sort of edge to work with here. And the same thing, we're going to do the same thing to this side. So just sort of try to flatten this out using the proportional fall off. Ooh, no, we have way more than I wanted. We don't want to be getting all that mesh there, so let's get rid of that. And then try to flatten this out with the proportional fall off. We'll push it down. Down and flatten it. There we go. And I'll remove the proportional fall off. I'll extrude just once and sort of give this a little bit of an edge lip to work with. Cool. All right, we're in business. We are definitely in business. So now I can just sort of remove some of these verts that we don't need. Awesome. Now we should be able to put some water in there. So let me, oops. First of all, let's make sure that this has the right material. It's going to be cave floor. And I'll just make sure it should be just the pink, pure pink. So we'll go pure pink with it. And then make sure it's parented. Export. And let's see what we got. Then I'll need to put the river material on it. So we don't have a river material yet. Okay, hard to tell what's going on, but looking good. We need to unwrap this stuff because we've sort of messed up our unwrap when we moved everything all around. So let's give it a little bit of an unwrap. And then this should be in there as well. Let's see. Perfect. And now let's find ourselves a river material. So I'm going to just check out what kind of river materials we used in our terrain file. So looking at this waterfall, looks like this is our river. Oh, but we don't actually have a water plane. I don't know where the water plane is. It's got to be somewhere. Not seeing any water on here, which is kind of curious. I do see water here. And that one is, so there's actually a lot of materials that go into the river, which makes me feel like maybe we should have used this river because there's so many things going on. We've got River Rapids 2, River Caustics, and River, like there's so many things going on. What I can do is I can just bring in this object. So we have, check out, it's plane 16. Let's append plane 16 into our giant river blender file. So append, and we're going into the models folder or the blends, and then let's go into the terrain and objects, plane 16 right here. It's the one, and here's the whole river. Oh, cool! It brought everything. Really, it brought everything we could have ever wanted if we wanted to try just using this river wholesale. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate the whole thing, and I'm just going to remove the array modifier. I'm going to remove the curve. Maybe I'll even remove the decimate modifier from it. And I'm just going to take a look at the river part. So take a look at the river part. We're going to be sticking that in there. And let's take a look at, really looks like this is the only, can remove all the faces that don't pertain to the river and get rid of this. And there's 4 materials that make up the river. I suspect we don't need the caustics. We could like do our own caustics. Plus the caustics look like they're very particular to the old river. So let's see if we can just get away with no caustics. Let's remove that material. So now we're looking at 3 materials. River, River Rapids, and River Rapids 2. So we need to duplicate all those. So river. So I'm going to just constrain my search to materials, and we're just going to duplicate these. So we're going to call this River Cave. Actually, I'll call it Cave River. Oh, I called it Cave Rover. Anyhow, River Rapids and River Rapids 2. We're going to duplicate River Rapids, and I'm going to call it Cave River Rapids. And then River Rapids 2. Actually, let's go ahead and rename the rover Cave River. And then River Rapids. Here's River Rapids 2. I will duplicate that. And we'll call this Cave River Rapids 2. Cave River Rapids 2. So now we should have all the materials we need, and we'll be able to modify them. Kruk, hello, welcome. Asks, does this game have LODs? This game does not have LODs because it doesn't need LODs because it's top down. So you're never gonna see things from like, you're never gonna see something vanishing into the horizon. You're always pretty much the same distance from things. Rope it, hello, welcome. Show me your masterful ship. If you want to check out our game, the name of the game is Songs of Glimmerwick. My wife and I and one other full-time programmer, the 3 of us, we're the core team. We've been working on this game for 6 years. It's a Witch Academy RPG where the magic of the world is music. And I'll show you mine. You'll show me your masterful ship. Do you have a game that you're working on, Rope It? I like to see people's games. If anyone wants to post the game that they're working on. I do like seeing people's games. I'd love to see your masterful ship. Okay, so here are the different materials. Now I'm just going to rename these to Cave River Rapids and Cave River Rapids 2 and Cave River, and then should be cooking. We should be able to make all the changes we want to those materials. So just looking at what we got here. I just want to try to just balance the size of this to what we have going on. So I'm also just going to make sure that we've got enough mesh back here. So I'm going to Control L, here we go. And I'll just make sure that we have enough mesh back there. To keep extending. And then I'll make sure that this mesh is parented to our dummy object. Our last game we released was called Eastshade, and it came out in 2019. Just have some techno demo thingy I haven't worked on for some time. Gotcha. Bulb Turtle says my game is being shown in Wholesome Snack in December. Heck yeah, Bulb Turtle, that's amazing. Have you shown your game already in the stream? I know I'll remember the game if I see it, but sometimes I have trouble remembering whose game is whose. If you've already shown it, I apologize. Wholesome Snack is a showcase. A relatively, one of the larger showcases. A showcase for video games. I've shown it here. Okay, rock on, rock on. Was it the one you showed just the other day? The corgi hike. Was that it? Is that you, Bold Turtle? No, that's not it. Oh, okay. Oh, you said I've not shown it here. Awesome. Okay, let's take a look at Bulb Turtle's game. This is going to be in Cozy Snack. That's very exciting. Congratulations on that. Let's take a look at Bulb Turtle's game. Oh, I love it. I already love it. Cool. What a striking art style. Really cool stuff. Wow. Cool. I like that wind particle. Look at the variety of environments we're seeing. We're also seeing a variety of perspectives. Sometimes we're side on and sometimes we're top down. This is absolutely awesome looking. Wait, a game by, what was that last hint? As a really, really beautiful trailer too. Just really nicely done trailer, 45 seconds. By Paul and Viv. That's sweet. Okay, genre, adventure. It's an adventure typing game. Cool. Very cool. I love it. It looks fantastic. It looks very polished and just really cool. Really cool. Thank you for showing that, Bulb Turtle. That is really exciting, and congrats again on getting into Cozy Snack. Hey, everyone who saw that game in the stream, if it looks like your cup of tea, head over to Beetle Be Right Back's Steam page and give it a wish list. Love it. Arvik says, as an artist, was learning to code hard for you? I need to learn it soon. I only use no-code engines or engines like Godot, but with templates and doesn't let me code traditionally, just small tweaks. I really loved learning to code. Clearly there's a coder in me for sure. I think I could have been a coder. Well, actually, I know I could have been a coder. I mean, I kind of am a coder. I coded all of Eastshade. I don't feel at this point like I'm just like kind of like holding on or anything like that. Like I don't feel like, well, I kind of like slap stuff together, you know, spaghetti code. I feel like I'm a pretty reasonable coder. Oh crap, I had Discord. 1 second, folks. Okay. Yeah, I feel pretty competent and confident with coding, but it's just me, and everyone is different, you know? I really loved learning how to code. I was actually addicted to it. It was like crack for me. To this day, I love coding. I especially love coding systems, and I love setting up like data. I love like laying out my data for the system. I just really love it, and I love designing tools and designing like how we're going to author the content and all that stuff. It's really exciting for me. As much as I love it, I try not to do it because I try to give our programmer Jenny, I try to give her ownership over it, and she's a really great coder as well, and you know, a better coder than me, and so I try to just let her do all that stuff now, and I'm just trying to not spread myself too thin, because I think I just did too much, and that really limited. I think it's limiting what kind of games we can make when I try to do code and art and lead the studio and do admin work and design and all the different things. So I had to drop something And code is a huge one. So I'm trying to code less, basically. But yeah, I really loved coding, so maybe you'll love it too. I don't know. We need more typing games. Yeah, love typing games. Okay. So where are we at? Let's export this. Dang it. What happened? Oh, City East River. I need to make sure we get the correct. We're using the wrong material here. So dark forest, cave, waterfall. Let's revert this. Revert. Come on now, revert. So it should be dark. City East River should be like dark forest, cave, waterfall. Let's go into our file and just make sure we've got that named correctly so it applies the right material. There we go. Wow, the color match is kind of remarkable. Let's save that. Okay. So the width of the waterfall is completely out of line with the width of the river. Actually pretty hard to tell how it's looking until we get that right. So it definitely seems like the river values are a little bit bright right now as well. Also, the river is going the wrong way. Small things. So cave river rapids. Let's just see if we can. I think the rapids are probably okay, but the overall cave river should be, I reckon, a darker value. Just to match the value of down here, the water we have down here. The rapids are cool, but they need to be scaled a little bit differently. So let's see if we can control the size of the rapids, like the tiling. Got like 0.4 and 0.5 maybe. So there's much just larger rapids. These ones are 0.4. Let's go 0.2 and like 0.7 there. Those are just much bigger. They just fit the scale a lot more. I actually think that the river edge is a little bit too detailed. Just doesn't seem to be quite matching the detail level we have here. So I will need to address that. But let's see what we got. First of all, let's try to widen the river a little bit. So let's just grab this side, and I'm just going to use proportional fall off and just try to widen the river to the scale. Actually, let me try to get this edge right here. And then I'll go ahead and extrude that. Oh, we still have proportional fall off. Let's turn that off. And now turn proportional fall off back on and expand my selection a little bit. And just try to widen that edge. Widen. Actually, we'll turn it, the proportional fall off will increase the size. We'll just try to widen it out. Okay. Another thing that should help is raising our river a little bit. So our river is not quite wide enough. Should scale it up. Got it sort of poking through the sides here. Looks like the entire, we got to push that down. And then let's use proportional fall off to sort of cut off this part of the river. And we'll make a much cleaner edge for the river soon. Like this whole part, sort of move that in. And then we don't want the river poking out on the sides like it's doing now. So really this, we want to cover a lot more. Oops, let's turn off proportional fall. Just make sure we cover a lot more on the side. The shape isn't quite right back here. We're gonna have another waterfall. Honestly, we might as well put it in now. We don't waste time doing things that the other waterfall is going to cover up. Go ahead and copy this waterfall and I guess scale it down maybe. Let's see if it responds well to being squashed vertically, and just try to stick it right here. Something like that. Yeah, we're gonna have to squash it a lot. And then I don't like what's going on here. I think we're gonna have to grab the entire side here. I'll turn on proportional fall off again. And I'm just gonna try to hammer this thing into shape. I'm gonna try to just move these verts over, grab this entire area and just try to keep pushing until we have the shape correct. What is going on here? Oh, it's this nasty little thing. I'm gonna try to rotate it. I don't want this gross little piece of water poking through here, so I want to raise it. What? How high do we have to lift this? These two verts, there we go. Okay, something like that. And just make sure, let's push it down just a little bit, And now we also just have a lot of verts, a lot of terrain here that we want to get rid of. Like, clearly we have to get rid of this. One more face here. We could get rid of this. Make sure to move these verts out to cover up the holes. Getting sloppy. Here we should be able to, I think, delete this. Yeah, at least delete that. Probably even this. Honestly, we could probably delete all this. Delete this too, I bet. Delete this too. Okay. Grab this vert, make sure we cover up this area. Okay, let's see where we're at. Let's export. Ropit asks if this is a 2D game or a 3D game. It's kind of in the middle. My wife Jacqueline draws thousands of sprites and illustrations, and the world is full of illustrations, but we also have a lot of terrain that is 3D. It's a very mixed approach. Yeah, it is. It's heavily 2D, but this cave in particular, we're using just tons of 3D. But there's so many. Like, look at all these trees, and all the NPCs are 2D, and a lot of these, look, this whole rock formation, this is 2D. This is a 2D billboard. But then the stairs right next to it, these stairs are completely 3D. They're modeled out. They have a really interesting shader on them. And then they've got this frog. All these frogs are 2D. Then all these rock formations. So we're using this crazy mixed approach. This entire building is almost 2D, but it's projected onto a low poly 3D proxy. So we're using a very innovative mixed approach. I think more mixed than anything I've ever seen. What an arrogant bastard I am. Okay, let's open up the cave. Back to the cave. Okay. Not clear where the river comes from. So we're just kind of working backwards here. We're started with the waterfall and then we're working backwards. So there's no river. We need to cut the river, you know. We're going to have the river going all the way through this entire thing. What's going on here? What's this? We've got some, I don't know why there's a hole in the river exactly. Let's unwrap the UVs here, and then I'll turn off proportional fall off, and then I'll unwrap these UVs since we did a bunch of work on them. There we go. Now you can barely see the seams. the little bit of junk right here. We can fix all that. This is all no problem at all. Or we can just fix all this stuff. Oops, I guess actually that we didn't want to delete. But we'll go through and we'll fix all this, tidy it up. So the seam is gnarly. We'd have to cover up that seam. We also have some stuff going on here. Like there's no reason this needs to jut out so far anymore. Just trying to get rid of all this garbage. There is, looks like the water does go back, but there's some mesh covering. I don't know what it is. Is it the waterfall itself? Okay, there's nothing else covering. I don't know. So if I could just get these perfectly seamless, I think we'll be in business. I think that this waterfall could just be squashed a little and go down a little bit until it's just perfectly aligning more or less with the water. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, that's not good. We do need to have a little bit more white there, so that's fine. So that, we would need to sort out that. So I'll just grab, and really I only care what it looks like from player perspective, so I'm pretty much ignoring everything else. So let's take a look here. Okay, so that was obviously too much. I'll just keep pushing it until it's perfect. There, something like that. It's pretty close. Now, how are we going to cover this seam? Because obviously that's really ugly and you can't have that. So I have a number of methods, but the one I think is going to work here. Let me fly around the world and go find the seam that I covered. This exact waterfall that I pillaged had its own nasty seam, and I covered it up with all of this crap. So these are all things that I put in the engine. So there's a bunch of planes here. How many are these? All of these planes are used to cover it up. So what I can do is just copy all those planes and then head over to our dark forest cave interior. And we're probably gonna have to version off all those materials, but I'll just create like a waterfall group and call it just like waterfall seam cover. And then I'm just gonna make it a child of this light because we're so far in no man's land out here. That'll just move it to where I actually need it. Okay, here's the waterfall cover group, and then I'll paste all of the stuff in there. So I'll put all these planes right here, go. And I'll put all those planes, put the waterfall cover like right here, and I'll put all the planes inside of the waterfall cover. And then could use the waterfall cover to attempt to cover up the seam. Oh, whoops, I left one behind. Let's go back there. One of the planes I left behind. And actually the whole waterfall cover is completely, so why don't we take one of these planes, put the waterfall cover inside of it, and then zero out its rotation and location. Then we'll put the waterfall cover on top, and then we'll put all the planes inside, and hopefully should be able to. It's still not perfectly aligned, but yeah, the brightness is completely out of control for this. So hopefully we will be able to adjust that. But right now, I'm just gonna float this whole situation above the waterfall. That entire nasty seam, I'm just looking to cover the whole thing up. Something like that. Now the rapids The rapids have no sort of feathering going on the sides. So I don't know what I'm going to do about that. Obviously, the brightness is out of control. I don't think we need quite as many rapids down here. I'm going to delete some of these. How many do we even have? We have really a lot of rapid planes. So these little tiny ones are just used to cover up the corners, I'm pretty sure. We've got one on each side, and then I'm pretty sure we only have one layer of rapids now. Yeah, we've got one layer of rapids. And I'm surprised they have no feathering at all, which they must have had some feathering. I find it hard to believe that they don't. I don't know how you can work like that. Yeah, there's no way. They must have had some feathering, so I don't know why they don't right now. I might need to take a look at that. But just looking at this white seam covering. So it's called Waterfall Blend. I'm just going to go Waterfall Blend Cave. Like Cave Waterfall Blend. Because the value is different. They're using a different material here. And let's see how many. So we got River Foam, Waterfall Blend. So we have two planes using, actually 3 planes using Waterfall Blend. I'm just going to select them all, and we're just going to put it on Cave Waterfall Blend. And now we have complete control over the value. So ideally, well, first of all, I think we can increase the opacity of this thing and then just lower the value. Oh, we need to save it. Let's save. Yeah, it's a very big game. One Bakba, hello, welcome. What are your thoughts about the new Unity pricing? I've only heard from someone in the chat that said they increased their prices by 5%, which doesn't surprise me. I expect them to continue increasing their pricing. They're a public company, and the purpose of a public company is to grow forever, right? Making a steady amount of money is not what a public company does. It's not the purpose of a public company is to secure more funding to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, they're asking for people's money. And the only reason why anyone would give them money is if they think that the company will grow. So the public company wants to grow forever, no matter what. Growth ad infinitum. So given that Unity has already kind of reached market saturation, it's pretty clear that they're just going to try to find more ways to extract wealth from their customers. It's kind of all they can do. So yeah, I expect them to just keep increasing their prices. Trying to cover that seam, but it's looking a little ugly right now. It's really hard. The seam is not a perfect covering. I mean, it looks loads better than it did before, but it's hard to find the exact Goldilocks value here. Because if I go dark, I guess the dark one looks the best. Now the rapids, can we even do without the rapids? Because they're not being feathered the way that I feel like they should be. Okay, so, oops, these rapids are going backwards. I could just turn around the river, or I could just grab these cave rapids and look at their speed, their scroll speeds. I could just invert all of their scroll speeds. And then I could take the other one and do the same thing, invert all their scroll speeds. Oh, that's Cave River. That's not what I want. I want River Rapids. For some reason, it still looks like they're going the wrong way. How's that possible? I think I inverted one twice. In theory, if I invert their scroll speeds, they should change direction, right? It's like no matter what I do, they're going the wrong way. Very weird. Super weird. Huh. Okay, well, since I'm too stupid to invert their scroll speeds, I guess I should just go into Blender and flip them, right? You can select the rapids, select the other rapids, and then just flip 180 degrees. Oops, I have proportional fall off on. Turn it off and then flip it 180 degrees. Kind of conforms to the shape better anyway. There, now they should be going the right way. Vim says, what was easier, learning to code or learning art? It's hard to say because I learned art to a much higher level than I learned coding, right? Like it sounds really arrogant, but I would call myself a world-class environment artist. I think I'm, you know, I'm not like the best environment artist in the world, but I'm of the top class of environment artists in the world. And in terms of coder, I'm not even close to world class. I don't even know if I'm as good as an average coder. I think an average coder might be better than me. I don't know, maybe not, but I would think that I'm maybe not even as good as an average coder. At least an average professional coder. I'm certain I'm better than the average coder if you include like hobbyists and stuff, but I don't think I'm at the level of an average professional coder, of professional games coder. So, I mean, my art journey has been much longer than my code journey, but that's just because I've gone so much higher. I think my natural affinity is massively skewed toward 3D environment art. I think that like it just clicked with me. And I just got really good at it like fairly quickly. Coding, I would say I learned quickly as well. And it certainly felt like I had, every time I watched a tutorial, I would just watch it once and I would never need to watch it again. And I would remember everything that I learned in it. And I would already be able to apply it, which doesn't seem like everyone can do. I mean, I also think that I knew so much about video games already in terms of how they're made. Like I just had so much production knowledge and about like the video game pipeline, how video games are authored, how their sort of worlds are built in terms of like their entity composition and stuff, that I think that helped me a lot when I was learning coding. The fact that I had all that experience in the way that like just seeing the production pipeline, that just sort of primed me for when I saw a tutorial, I knew exactly where it would be used. I saw the vision in my head of like the 20 places that I might use that. And since that was so exciting for me, it made it really easy for me to remember exactly how that particular thing worked. Whatever I was learning, whether it was learning, you know, basic stuff like how arguments work or how something a little bit weirder, like how delegates work or actions work in C#. I don't know. I think I probably learned both. I would say overall, which one is harder? I'd say they're equal. They're equally hard. At least if you're learning, you know, learning them both to a high level, I think would be equally hard. That's my opinion. Glad you're picking up good tips, Bulb Turtle. Yeah, something funky going on with the scroll speed. Okay, so we still something is going on with the rapid. So I have this faded decal, but it doesn't seem to be fading, and I don't know why. River shoot low waterways. Let's put that on. No, that's not it. Okay, river foam bright. I'll version off river foam, and I'll make it river foam, cave river foam. We'll play with the material, see if we can figure it out. Jim says, do you have any recommendations on who to learn from? I'm learning C+ or C# from CodeMonkey, but 3D modeling haven't found any good channels yet. You know, I'm so far removed from the learning side. Like, you got to understand cave river foam. Here we go. Like, I learned 3D 18 years ago. That's when I learned 3D. Like 18 years ago. Some of the people learning 3D were literally not even born when I was first learning 3D. And all the software was different. All the tools were different. The entire tutorial space was different. Most of the tutorials that I use to learn 3D don't even exist anymore. Like, they're not even on the internet anymore. They say the internet is forever, but like some of these tutorials you can't even find anymore. So I'm so out of the tutorial scene. I'm just the wrong guy to be asking for that sort of stuff. Zing Draws Art, welcome, welcome. Thank you for sharing the live streams. Oh no, not at all. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Oh shucks. Well, I'm glad that they're informative. I mean, it's definitely a two-way street. It helps me focus, keeps me inspired. So appreciate you guys. I'm trying to figure out right now why this doesn't fade, because I know that this, the mesh that it's on should be using vertex color for fading. And I just don't know why it's not doing that. It's very strange. And actually, there should be some foam down here too. So I don't know why that's not working. Like, okay, if I look at this, the faded decal that it's using, oh man, I have literally no idea where this faded decal is coming from. Let's go on a goose hunt. Faded decal, it's probably gonna be in FX would be my guess. I'm gonna open up FX. Okay, so we got some umbrellas. Well, actually, I'm not going to touch this file, so let me just go to the outliner and go into scene data, all scenes, and type in faded. So it's not in here. That's astounding that it's not in here. Lord. Is there anything like river? You know, maybe it's just in terrain. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe it's just literally where I got these from. Let's look for faded decal. There it is. Okay. So looking at the faded decal, here it is. Look at this. Fading to black, the corners. That's what I would expect. That's the mesh that we're using when we use this faded decal. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I ain't seeing the fade happen. So I don't know why that would be. It must be something to do with being in this interior, that the lighting is a little bit different. Because if I look at this one, like we clearly have, here's river foam. We can clearly see it fading. Clearly. So I don't know why it uses the same material. It's got the same settings. The render queue is the same. The mesh is the same. Just seems to be something about being inside the cave that is removing the ability for the fade to be happening. Also kind of curious what's going on here, because we definitely have a Do we not? No, I guess we don't have any sort of foam down there. There should be like a big circular foam disc at the bottom that would also help this a little bit. Let me see, there's this particle right here. Is it not part of that? I'm just floundered. What's going on here? So here we've got the mesh. If I turn off the mesh, do I still see the foam? Turn off the mesh. No, so the foam is definitely built into the mesh. And let me look at this other river we copied. So there's definitely foam in there. So I don't know where that's gone. So let me just select here. Let's go into the material settings. We don't have any foam in there, so I must have just not copied it. That must have been thing. So let's head over to our terrain file, and I'm gonna turn on every layer. There it is. It's right there. So here's the foam. Easy. And the foam, it's using river foam. So looking at it's waterfall.002, no problem. Let's append that into our Blender file. Waterfall.002. Go. So this should help a little bit. But again, I mean, we're going to find out what's going on right here because it uses the river foam shader. And I can see that the vertex color is correct for fading. And I will use the river foam. I'll use the cave river foam. It should be the same. I literally copied one from the other, so it just should be just about the same. And I'll go ahead and export, and then I'll go into our cave. Our cave interior. Okay. Zingdraw's art says, I'm not a Blender guy, but in a fade in Photoshop, you currently have a fade from black to white instead of fade to transparent. Yeah, I'm using the value because Blender, it doesn't actually have alpha for the verts, at least in this version of Blender. It just has RGB. So I'm just using the R channel to, in the shader I wrote, it maps the R channel mask to the opacity. And it's doing that outside. I don't know why it's not doing it inside this cave. So looking at, here's something interesting. I just exported, didn't I? Did I not? I'm gonna save and export. Okay, so I just exported a new version and I'm not seeing, it might be, you know, it might be right underneath. It might be two. Oh, no, I don't see the, you know, I bet I forgot to parent it. Probably what I did. Make sure to parent it to this. Got to be what I did. Yep, I can see the relationship line just showed up. So let's see if this one works. Okay, so we're not getting the alpha there either. Wonder if it has something to do with casting shadows. What if I like turned off the shadow cast? No, that doesn't do anything. This blend probes is off. It's got to be something about. I have this directional light. Let me turn up the intensity. You know? Is that fading? Is that actually fading? No. Hard shadows, soft shadows. Just messing around with the shadows. Sometimes the shadows make it do weird things. Okay, so maybe it's in the actual material. Let's get that cave river foam. So looking at the material, you know what I'll do? I'll set it to cut out. If I set it to cut out, there we go. Okay, clearly the vertex color is working because look, I mean, I can see it working. Like the vertex color is clearly coming in. This one's a little weird that the whole thing is black. Let me just put a white texture in there. So here I can see the vertex color fading to black at the edges. And we have the same transparency. Yeah, it's gotta be, I bet you $1 million if I grab this plane, this unassuming plane, and I copy it, and I save the Dark Forest Cave, and I back out into the main world, and then I paste this. I paste this any old place. Look at that. So I literally copied the mesh material intact and everything. Something about the fade is not working inside the cave. So there's something about the lighting model that is not working inside the cave. Well, let's see if it works inside. You know, maybe it works inside the game, but it just doesn't work inside the cave. Or sorry, inside the visualization here. So let's go into interiors, and I'm just gonna crack open Dark Forest Cave. I'll go ahead and apply, oh, there's no specializations. Let's turn it off. And I just want to make sure to turn off the Viz cam because that's going to get in the way. And I'll turn that off. Also, maybe find the entry point. So where's the entry? Here's the entry. And I'll just stick that entry a little bit more deep into the cave here. What is this? Ooh. Oh, cool. I think that's going to look splendid. Okay, so we'll go ahead and save. We'll go into the cave and we'll see. So it's not working. Ugh. I'm also not seeing any diffraction happen on the cave water. So I'll want to take a look at that. But without that foam, cave is looking good. But without that foam, it's going to be really hard to cover up that seam. You can see when you squint your eyes, the seam is already like, it wants to be covered up, but that foam just needs to fade because we got a new seam right there. Vim says, are you okay with your personal brand being different from your developer brand? Is it? Is my personal brand different from, I don't feel like I have two brands. I feel like I just have kind of only a developer brand, and I try to walk the line. I try to make my developer facing stuff somewhat digestible. I mean, the streams are the streams. Like there's nothing I can do about the streams. I'm literally doing development. I'm neck deep in the shit, you know, so I can't, you know, make that more digestible if I'm working on it. If I'm writing a shader, then I'm writing a shader. But as far as all the YouTube videos and things like that, and the articles I write, postmortems I've written, and I usually, you know, try to sort of keep it all one sort of brand. Vim says, I mean, you started eShade Studios, could have been Danny W Studios. Yeah, I would definitely not want to do Danny W Studios because I hate the idea, and this happens all the time. So many games made by many people, people think that it's a one-man show, especially when you have a studio name that is, you know, named after the person. It makes it even easier for people to think that it's a one-man show. People really like the idea of games made by one person. And eShade, I started out as one person, and the first blog post I ever wrote were sort of in first person, I this, I that. And it was really hard to ditch that the idea. Like, people really thought eShade was made by one person. And to this day, maybe because I am so, I am the sort of front man of the studio and I'm the face of the studio. Some people think that eShade Studios are one-person games still, which I really hate, because credit is so easy to give and it means so much to people. Like, when people work on a game, credit means so much. Like, I remember in AAA, when we shipped a game in AAA, everyone wanted to see the credits so that they could see their name in the credits. Just seeing their name in the credits. We'd go to Moby Games, the games credit site, and we want to see our name in the credits for the game. Credit means so much to people. And when people think that the games that eShade Studios makes are like anything like a one-man show, it breaks my heart, because I don't give a shit. I could not possibly care less. I feel like I get so much credit that I don't care anymore. Like, even to the point where, like, in eShade, I didn't even credit myself as a voice actor. And there were a couple other things that I just didn't credit myself for. It's just like, I just don't care, and I don't want one extra name in there to be confusing about it. So I just wish that, I just really want to make sure that we're seen as a studio and not as a person. That being said, I wish we didn't name the studio eShade Studios. I wish we named it something else, because it is a terrible name, and I thought it'd be easier to have one name. Like eShade Studios. Oh yeah, that's the studio that made eShade. That's easy to remember, right? But first of all, I don't really love the name eShade anymore. Hard to say. And I think it would have been simpler and cleaner if we had just called it something, the studio, if we had just called it something else. But that's too little too late. I don't want to change the name. We're going to lose some brand equity with that. I don't want to do it. The foam looks like a treadmill belt. Yeah, the foam needs to fade for sure. Interesting question though, Vim. Zing Draws says, people usually don't name studios after their names because it limits you in many ways. Yeah, exactly. Definitely. I mean, you can do it, but yeah, it just sort of, it makes it harder to do team projects and make sure that people get credit. Zing says, it definitely doesn't come off as a one-man studio for eShade. I'm very glad of that. Very glad indeed. Vim says, I'm trying to think of a name that's meaningful so I can start posting shorts, but I can't decide. I struggle with the name thing, Vim Studios, SimTemp Studios, First Step Studios. Yeah, naming is hard, and it is a long, it's going to be with you forever. So I can understand why you're struggling with the name. Actually, with eShade Studios, I told myself, you better not give a shit about your name, because who cares? Why don't you actually focus on the game that you make instead? Like, because naming your studio is kind of a fun thing, and it's easy to get like carried away with working too hard on the name. But in hindsight, I think I should have paid a little more attention to it. I didn't want to tell myself it was a big decision. I didn't want to pretend that it was some, oh, it's not like I'm going to have a studio that's going to make millions of dollars and is going to be around for a decade or more. I don't want to treat it like that. But that is what was going to happen, and I should have treated it like that. Anyhow. I just noticed on Steam you have a game released before eShade. Yeah, that's right. Leaving Lindau is a very small spin-off title. It took place in the same world as eShade, but mechanically sort of a different game. Very confusing, but we made that game so we could practice shipping a game before releasing the big one, eShade. Vim says, what would you have chosen? Let me steal it. Oh, I don't know. Jacqueline really liked the idea of like Garden Snake Studios, and that would have been really cool. I think that I would have enjoyed that name. So maybe something like that. West Shade Studios, how dare you? Ryan JQ says, I think Phoenix's music is so good and has an impact on the game experience. And how can one man compose music and dev a game? Hey, I mean, people do it. And even Phoenix himself says some of the best soundtracks ever made were made by developers. Like the people that made the game also made the music. And I think his theory was that if you are a developer, the designer of the game knows the game so well that what they might lack in composition chops, they sort of make up for with the sort of like intent and understanding of what the game is. And it allows you to just make, you know, the perfect complementary soundtrack. But yeah, I mean, very different disciplines. But a lot of people do it. I think his music is just such a fun thing. A lot of people really enjoy doing it. I had a music career myself. And not a career, but when I was in high school, I was really into music, and I learned I'm pretty good at drums. Like, I'm like, if someone saw me play drums, it would be like, in high school, I was like one of the best drummers in the actually Phoenix himself was a better drummer. That he was like one of the only drummers better than me in high school. But yeah, for a high school kid, I was pretty good at drums. And I learned a little bit of piano and a little bit of guitar. Ulvis, hello, asks, did you go to a university to learn game dev or learned it by myself? I learned it, I think everyone learns things by themselves, even if they go to university. But I never went to university. I learned a lot of 3D by myself. I did go to a small trade school that is now closed down called Future Poly, run by a man named Jason Stokes. And he taught me so much. He was in the games industry. He worked at ArenaNet. He was a lead environment artist there. And he taught me a lot of the tricks that sort of pushed me over the edge. Like, I already had the passion. I already had a lot of, like, I would say even my eye was starting to get better. I had already been doing 3D for a couple of years. I knew the software really well. I understood 3D really well. I knew all the tools and everything really well. I even sort of understood the pipeline at that point. I had already sort of tried to make portfolio pieces and game engines and stuff. But Jason Stokes showed me the sort of last layer of tricks, mostly like how to use tiling textures and how we do UVs for environment art and how trim sheets work and a lot of those sorts of things, and just a lot of tricks like sort of worn edges and mapping UVs to edges and trims and moldings and how to prototype. And he also had such a deep bag of tricks, like really like art, important art principles, like focusing on silhouette, focusing on sort of things like window dressings and door dressings, and focusing on the holes in architecture and dressing those. And so many deep tricks, like for roof silhouettes. He was like crazy about roof silhouettes, like adding chimneys and little like doohickeys and corbels and things that modify the eaves and things like that, that modify the roof silhouette. Just lots of little things like that I felt like propelled me to that final level to where I could get a job. Okay, Zing draws. All right, great to see you, and I hope you have a great day as well. Thanks for stopping by. Bim says, I'm working on it, but want to use shorts to sort of get myself out there since I have no following. Yeah, it's tough. I don't know if you know about Chris Sikowski, but I definitely think he's the best games marketing. He's got the best games marketing content, at least for Steam, on the whole web. But you don't need a following. You don't need a social media following to sell a game. You can make millions and millions of dollars just selling the game. It's just the game has to be, you know, amazing. Or the game can be just pretty good and it can be in the right genre. And you can really, and that will actually, you know, they're two different things, right? Building your personal brand and building a game are two different things. And if you want to be a game dev star, then it might be better to focus on the game dev part and make the game. Because, you know, a lot of my personal brand came from how well Eastshade sold. Like the biggest video I did on YouTube that got 2 million views, the entire draw to the video was that, you know, went all in, went indie, it made millions. That was the thumbnail of the video. The made millions part was the thing that people were like, oh, made millions, what's that? You know, that was the thing that made people curious about my studio. So I sort of leveraged my success in indie dev to sort of build a personal brand in a way that I don't think would have been possible if I didn't already have success as an indie dev. So I don't know. Many roads to Rome, though. Many roads. Ryan JQ said, I would love to watch Phoenix make music. Yeah, maybe he should stream one day. I don't think that music does too well streaming. I don't know. Are there composers who do streams? Maybe. Valley of the Wind says, what was your band name with Phoenix? Actually, I did play in a band with Phoenix. I think we were called Panthalassa, but we never like did shows or anything. I spent a number of years in a band with my brother in high school, and we did lots of shows. We actually played a lot in the little town we were from. We played quite a number of local venues, and we were sort of known in our high school. I'd say that was about the extent of our band. And we did like classic rock, just because my brother liked classic rock. I didn't like classic rock, but my brother did, so. Zingdraw says, I'd love to see our partner's organization in story building sometime if she was ever willing to share. She is not someone who loves the idea of being in the public chatting, so I doubt that will ever happen. But her tome of lore are like the scratchings of a mad woman. It is really incredible. She uses an app called Scrivener, which is actually for writing and organizing novels, but she just has like probably hundreds of pages of lore and background and ideas and all kinds of things. Oh yeah, or the apps she uses. Yeah, she uses she doesn't use it so much anymore, but she was using this application called Scrivener. Ryan GQ asks why Future Poly closed down. I think it probably just was hard to keep finding students. It was a local school. I know Jason was trying to expand it into online world, but I think it was hard. I think it was just hard to keep finding students who were serious enough to like pay the tuition for the school, which was very reasonable, but also not kind of drinking the Art Institute Kool-Aid, because we have a lot of like game schools in the area that are colleges and they're accredited, which means you can go there and get a degree. And Jason's school did not offer a degree. All it offered was actual teachers who knew what the hell they were talking about. And he's always complained about to get accredited as a school, all your teachers need master's degrees, and at least at the college level. And there are no serious game artists who have master's degrees. So you can't find high quality teachers at an accredited school. You just have dog shit teachers that have no idea what they're doing. They're not real game artists. And so they can't actually teach you how to do game art. They don't know the tricks. They've never been in the industry. And they don't have all that secret proprietary knowledge that Jason and the teachers he had at his school did. So it was just the sort of pitch for the school was like, you do not need a degree to get a job in games art. All you need is a really good portfolio, and we will show you how to make a good portfolio. Like, we will teach you the art tricks. We will teach you, how games are made and how to make great game art. And that was the pitch for the school. But yeah, it did well for a few years, and I think it was just hard to keep making a lot of money. Zing draws art, ArenaNet, Guild Wars 2 cast, a huge Thomas Scholes fan. Cool. Rock on. That's awesome. Bim says, I know he says that, but I just feel like the way the internet is going, I feel like having your audience is kind of necessary nowadays. I think Vim is maybe responding to making a game versus building an audience. You definitely don't need an audience online. You do not need a following to sell a game. Anyone who thinks that, really, and I say this with a lot of smarmy conviction, anyone who thinks that does not understand Steam. They don't understand Steam. They don't know what sells games on Steam. You don't need a following. You don't need social media. You don't need any of that. And some people feel it's even a distraction. It has very little to do with selling games on Steam. I promise you. It's either a distraction or an excuse. Zingdraw says screenshots of her organization, not live stream. Oh, okay, gotcha. Lucas Bird, hello. How did you make the water look so good? These peepers. Think. Okay. All right, so we're still trying to figure out what's going on with the alpha channel here. I just don't know why it wouldn't fade. I really don't know. Glad you dig it, Bulb Turtle. Yeah, I mean, going back to whether you need a following or not, like, you ask the people who have real followings, like Thomas Brush or like Jonas Tyrol, or these game dev gurus that have very significant followings. Like Thomas Brush has like almost 500,000 subscribers, and he does crazy numbers. Like, he puts out so many videos and they all get so many views. He has really crazy monthly viewers. And he himself has said, I mean, I asked him live I did a interview with Thomas Brush in his in the podcast he has now, and he said that these two businesses are completely separate, and he gets barely any sales from his like YouTube side. That they're completely separate businesses, and someone like that is not seeing a massive boost in their sales from his YouTube side. I mean, how could you ever, like, you're not going to be bigger than Thomas. I mean, maybe you could be, but that's about as big as it gets as a sort of like game dev brand on YouTube. And if he's not pushing people to buy his games with that, then there's no way that it matters much. I mean, I say that, but I have, we have helped our sales a little bit with our YouTube videos, but really it's ticky tacky. It's not the straw that stirs the drink. Bim says, save the stream and throw it back to me in a year. Flipping your words, promise. Yeah, that's fine. What's going to happen in a year that's going to change my mind? Zing draws art. Paint, man. Pain. Okay, gotcha. Oh, paint. Okay, rock on. All right, peace out, Zing draws. So I guess, I don't know. I'm kind of running out of ideas debugging this. I mean, to be fair, I have been just gabbing pointlessly, wagging my tongue, screaming at the clouds like an old man. You know, it uses the shader rapids additive. I bet it has something to do with the fact that it's an additive shader. I'm pretty sure if I change this to a blend shader, it's going to work. Blend scroll. Okay. So blend scroll, the blend surface, blend scroll. Wait, what is the speed of this? This is like scroll X1. Okay, let's do blend scroll and then turn off random color intensity. We've got this X scroll. Okay, we probably don't need too much X scroll. A little bit maybe. The Y scroll. Okay, so there's the scroll. Desaturate texture, that's fine. Desaturate vertex color. Fine. Use color alpha. Ambient factor. The use. Let's look at the blend scroll and see what's going on with use. Color alpha. Blend scroll. Is it saying use vertex color alpha? I'm not quite sure. Thank you, Justin, the voice actor. Oh, we missed a few. GAMEDEV says, I think the players are making clips is what pushes sales, not the devs making content. Essentially word of mouth on steroids. Yeah, I think it depends on the game for sure. But I mean, you're right. Yeah, developers making content. I assume you mean like making YouTube content. That's definitely not what was moving the needle for anybody. Vim says, I'm going to release my game, focus on the game. Hopefully it's a good game. If I make it, then I'll praise you, showing you saying the promise, the game and not the following. Okay, all right. Well, you know, even if you try really hard, the games might still not be up to snuff. It's very hard. So even if you, and this is, I know it's absolutely soul crushing, but you know, many developers can try very hard on the game and still not, they still don't, you know, make a game that excites the average passerby on Steam, and then, you know, the game still doesn't succeed. Justin, the voice actor, says, if I would start game dev, I would never ever make something close to this. Close to Songs of Glimmerwick. Oh, like close in quality? Or close in terms of like what we chose to make. Okay, so looking at the use color alpha. If I say use color alpha, okay, I see. So let me see if use color alpha is actually doing anything. So let me click on the material. Ah, yeah, use color alpha is doing something. Let's maybe make a setting. Actually, we could even version off the shader because it's not super big shader. There's like a desaturate vertex color. I could put this, oops, material toggle. Let's go ahead and get that blend scroll. Blend scroll, oops. Blend scroll, out. And then I'll just say use vertex red as alpha. Use vertex red as alpha. And I'll just import that into the shader program. Okay. Justin says, in close of everything, oh, I can't make game period, even though I'm trying to make game. Well, I've been doing it a long time. Been making games for 15 years. Vim says, still prototyping. It's like a mix RPG and simulation. Well, those are two genres that sell very well on Steam, so that's a good start. Justin says, is it a witch game or a wizard game too? I don't know what the difference is. So we call it a Witch Academy RPG, or you could call it a Wizard Academy RPG. Okay, so now I just need to take that use vertex red as alpha, and I think I can just go with the, put it at the bottom here, o.alpha times equals the vertex color, which is going to be in dot vert color or dot R. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we broke the shader. What did we do wrong? It says alpha is not a thing. O.alpha. Oh, I forgot the L in alpha. That's what it is. Okay, so that actually worked, which is concerning actually. I really, oh, this is an if statement. Oops. If use vertex red as alpha, then we do this. The other thing is we need to make sure that where we're multiplying the vertex color here, we need to actually put that entire thing is. So we need to make sure we're not using the red channel as alpha. And if we are, we want to just put this entire thing in an if statement. People say if statements are expensive on the GPU. I don't actually know if that's true. I don't know anything about it, but I tried to profile it once and it didn't seem like it made a lick of difference. So I don't know if it's actually true. And to this day, I don't know if it's true. I'm going to check this little box, use vertex. There we go. There is some black in here though still. That's because we're using a texture that has black in it. What we should do, we should use a texture that has no black in it. We have so many different foam textures. Oh, this one looks pretty cool. I like the foam pattern on this one. Maybe it's not quite dense enough though. Anyhow, we need to make a version of the foam that's going to work for the blend shader now. Again, I don't know why that other one didn't work, but it's going to be fine. I'll call this foam blend, and then I'll go into Photoshop, and we'll just make sure it doesn't have any black in it. Now that we're using a blend shader, the black actually makes a difference. So I want to voice the water. Wizard is for males and witch is for female. So this is a witch and wizard game then, because there are both males and females in it. Claymore Dev says, if statements are expensive, if the different threads take different paths. Interesting. I don't quite know what that would mean in practice. Claymore Dev says, if all the threads in a warp take the same path, they're pretty cheap. Oh, maybe like different, I'm trying to think of what would a different path mean with regards to Unity surface shader. Justin asks, is there voice acting? Loads of voice acting. This game is fully voiced. We have 100 characters that are going to be fully voiced. We do the casting. I'm sure your next question is, can I send you my reel? We do the casting. I always post it on our Blue Sky is kind of what I'm using now. Blue Sky, and then the Voice Acting Club Discord. If you're in that, I always post a thread in there. And I also always send an email out to all the voice actors who've done any work for us in the past. I keep a running list and I send a mass email out to all of them too, because I just know they're all good and I've worked with them all. But if you want to do voice acting in the game, then you need to audition. When we run our open audition, which is coming up, we have the audition for the game, which is going to have probably close to 100 roles, lots and lots and lots of voice acting work. And we're going to do this mega audition with tons of audition lines and character sides and stuff. And that's coming up like within, I'll say within a few months, we're going to be running that. So that's going to be insane. And we get thousands and thousands of auditions. The last audition I did, we got 1,500 individual character auditions from, I think it was 250 different voice actors. So the next one is going to be an absolute monster. Can I have a go? Yes, absolutely. You can audition. It's an open audition, and you just send in your voice. I mean, we usually only hire professional voice actors. I mean, that's what we're going for, really high quality, production quality sound. And we also tend to do UK accents. I don't know if you have a UK accent, or if you can do one. You don't have to be native UK accent, but we tend to hire people with UK accents. I don't know, we just like it better. It's kind of like, the game's fantasy worlds. Claymore says, for example, a Boolean toggle that affects the entire material is cheap. if statements that are different for each fragment / vertex are more expensive. Oh, okay. So that's probably never anything I would do. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I think I understand. Yeah, if you're gonna like use an if statement to determine whether it's gonna go loop over the verts or loop over the pixels, for instance, that would be an expensive thing. Justin, the voice actor, says, I don't stand a chance. Well, if that's your attitude, then you probably don't. But, I mean, I'm not saying they're all good. So we get a lot of different qualities, I should say. I mean, I'd say around 50% of the voice auditions I get, I'm moving. I have folders, and I move the audio file. I move it into the, you know, the different like top voice actor, mid voice actor, bottom, and I'm moving into the bottom within literally less than 3 seconds. I don't even listen to the whole thing. I just listen to 2 seconds of it. Usually that's an audio pass, just like your audio is not production quality. It doesn't sound like, you know, like it was recorded on an expensive mic. It doesn't even have to be an expensive mic, actually. It just has to be the right kind of mic, the right distance from your face, and then it has a good pop filter, and that you have a good audio interface. You know, all the basic things like good signal to noise ratio. You cannot have clipping. It cannot clip. This is like 40% of people that send me voice lines. They're literally, their audition is 12 seconds long, and they're clipping in the audition. They have clipping. It drives me bananas. It drives me so bananas. Anyway, stuff like that. You know, your audio has to be, is going in a commercially competitive, you know, production. This is a game. This game's going to make money. This game's going to make millions of dollars. I hope it should, statistically likely to do that. So we need serious voice actors, serious pros with serious audio quality. I just need to take all the blackness out of all of these. So I'm just gonna remap all that stuff. And here we go with the foam blend. I think that should work. Okay, so. But there's a lot of voice actors who they're just really good. They're just really good actors. Like every single time they read a line, it's convincing. They have like sort of intuitive understanding of context. That's a big one. Like sometimes we get voice actors who are like if the line is like, it landed on my arm, there's two ways to, or there's actually lots of ways to read that line, but you could say it landed on my arm, or you could say it landed on my arm. The second way means it landed on my arm of all the arms that it could have landed on. The first way is just, I'm just telling you what happened. It landed on my arm. And it completely changes the tone of the line. And we get, I would say, one of the most common reasons we rule out a voice actor if it's not audio quality. Audio quality is the most common reason because a lot of people just don't have production quality audio. They're just not ready to be a professional voice actor. So that's the fastest reason. But the next reason I would say is this sort of intuitive understanding of context. Because video games, we can't direct you for every line. Some video games do, but we have way too many lines to do that. So we need people who just sort of are good at guessing what the context probably is. And we would have a lot of voice actors who would read that line. They basically just kind of guess. They don't really think a lot about context or what we probably want. So they'll read it like, it landed on my arm. It's like, okay, that is a reasonable reading of the line if that was what we were saying, but that is such a specific thing. Like, what context in the story would it be landing on my arm out of all the arms? It's like kind of a weird way to read it. We get a lot of that sort of stuff. So we tend to try to find voice actors that, among many other things, obviously, there's like probably 20 different things, but that one is another common one. I don't know why I'm offering this information. It's very random information. Okay, foam blend, that's what we want, foam blend. And let's go ahead and do alpha as transparent. Actually, we might even do like a backdrop on this. So that foam, here, let's turn on the forest cave now. We should be able to see what's going on a little bit better. So let me catch up here. What's the Discord? This is a voice acting club Discord. So 1 second. It's here's the voice acting club Discord that we do. Found most of our find a lot of our voice actors through that. Justin, the voice actor, says, I use my phone mic, so yeah, I can't audition. It's good quality. It's just that I don't like using it because it's not professional. Yes, that is definitely not professional. Not gonna cut it. Phone, your phone mic. Bulb Turtle says, I'm sure AI can parse audio files with clipping. That would be amazing. Is that a thing? Because I've never had AI be able to do anything useful for me. I once tried to use ChatGPT to write me a Python script that would trim audio files based on, when the waveform starts, and it couldn't even do that. So I would think if AI could do anything, that could be something. But that would be amazing. If it could actually do that, that would save me so much time. Okay, so turning on the Dark Forest Cave again. Turned on the Dark Forest Cave. Why am I not seeing the Dark Forest Cave? Oh, because I turned off the Viz Cam. Let's turn back on the Viz Cam. Save. Having a blast making this cave. Cool. Okay, so we've got the foam now, and I think we could do, like, if we wanted to, we could do a couple layers of foam. I could just make a variant. Oops. Make a variant of the foam going at a slightly different frequency. So there's one foam. There's another foam. Let's put this on foam 2. And then I'll just make the foam tile at a slightly different frequency. Actually, that should be enough. Just tiling at a different frequency makes it go a different speed. So that's doing a lot to cover up the seam. I think this could kind of go in. I think we're going to have to put some rocks over the edge or something, because yeah, it's pretty hard. Cool. Well, we've got one seam down, or at least close to it. Roberto says, do you follow other game dev streamers? Every once in a while, I'll pop into someone else's game dev stream. I haven't, admittedly, I haven't in a while. Just have a lot less time now. I feel like if I have time to watch someone stream, I should be streaming or I should be working anyway. But I watch a lot of game dev YouTubers. Some of all noobs, hello and welcome, says there was a leak of Alex Gravity Falls game auditioning for an unreleased game. He's crazy good at trying different approaches. That's cool. Justin says, I hate my life. Why do you hate your life, Justin? Don't hate your life. I wonder why this cave pond doesn't have a reflection. There's a reveal mask. Let me see, is there some kind of water that I can put that has water opaque? What about swamp water? What's that? Swamp water. Do you have a spot for a custom reflection? Oh, reflection text. Yeah, I bet we could put a reflection texture in there. Actually, what reflection is the swamp water using? Let's go into the dark forest. Good luck with your game, I guess. Why are you guessing? Good luck with your game, I guess. What did I do? Let me get the reflection off of this. Let's see what texture it's using. So using swamp forest reflection. Let's try that. Maybe that'll look good. Well, we'll try a couple different ones. Not mere games, Unity. Yes, that's right. We're using Unity. Justin says, I hate that I only got like a few roles and I feel like I don't think people like my voice. Justin, if you're using your phone to audition, then we don't even know if people like your voice, right? Because most people who want voice acting, you know, there's a lot of different use cases for voice acting. We're talking commercials or potentially like a YouTube video voiceover or character work for a video game or for an animated film or something like that. Those are all going to be professional use cases and they're all going to want professional audio quality. So using your phone might not quite cut it. You might have to get an audio interface, which you can get a really good one for $100. Yeah, the Focusrite is really good. I have one from Presonus. I believe it was $150. Completely production quality. And you can get a mic. You can get like a large diaphragm condenser. Like this mic was only $90. And this pop filter was $20. You know, I'm not saying it's super cheap, but you can get, you know, really decent production quality sound with some relatively inexpensive equipment. But I don't know who, I actually don't know who is hiring people who use their phone for voice acting. The only thing I can think of is if you've got like a game where somebody's leaving a message on a answering machine or something, because that's pretty low. It's a pretty low benchmark there. But also, there's just, voice acting is a very saturated field. There are so many people who want to do voice acting. And there are so many people who think that they could do voice acting too. We get a lot of people who are being like, I could do voice acting. It's like, even people who've never acted in their life, like they've literally never even once looked at a line and tried to read it like it was real. Like, here, read this line, my dog just died. And you literally read that and feel that and convince someone that you're sad about it is like something that many people who say they want to be voice actors have never even tried. So you get, you know, it's a very saturated field for sure. But I will say that it's not about your voice. Like, it's not, oh, do they like my voice or not? Your voice is your voice. Your voice is either going to be right for a role or not. And there's some stuff you can do about it. You know, you can learn to like change your timbre and stuff like that. And of course you can learn accents and things like that. But you should probably, I would say, and I'm not a voice actor, but I cast a lot of voice actors. I would say that you should focus on your acting. And acting is the straw that stirs the drink. If you're a good actor, then you're going to open yourself up for a lot of roles. It's not just your voice. It's your ability to read a line and make someone believe that you didn't just read the line, right? Make someone you believe that you actually said the line and that you actually meant it and that you actually felt it and all that. Not Mere Game says, new here and would love to see some of the game. Well, we're working on the cave at the moment, but if you want to check out, it's kind of a cop out, but if you want to check out our Steam page, you can maybe have a peek at some screenshots and the trailer for the game if you want to check it out. But also if you want to see it on stream and that's not as fun for you, I understand. Okay, let me catch up with chat here. Justin says, I'm going to give up voice acting. I might be an on-screen voice acting. Well, that's not voice acting. That's just called acting. Oh, like a mocap actor. Gotcha. Folks, I'm going to be right back. Being out to embrace whatever may come. Okay. Very good. All right, people are still here. Has it been quite a long time? Not too long, I hope. All right, what were we doing? So we covered up this seam beautifully with our new shader. So the next thing is I'm wondering why the foam on the ground isn't working. It's just one thing after another with this foam. Let's see. So it is definitely part of the empty here. So we're definitely exporting it. Cave river foam. And let's just see. Let's look at the vertex color. It's very peculiar. Okay, so I can see the mesh. So maybe I should move the mesh and see if that actually updates. I'll move the mesh and then I'll update and then I'll pop back in and I'll see if it moved. Unfortunately, it deselected when I moved, so couldn't really see if the mesh was... Oh, somehow the normals got flipped. Yep, I can see that the normals got flipped. I don't know how that happened, but let's flip the normals. Wow, now the normals look really backward. There's definitely no way that the normals got flipped. I can see they're correct. Oh, okay, actually the only thing is if I apply scale, here's a little thing that apply the scale and re-export. Maybe that'll fix it. I checked the game out on Steam. I think you probably mean the game looks awesome. Great job so far. Thank you very much for that. Not Mere Games. Love to hear it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we've been working on the game. Myself and 2 other full-timers. We've been working on this game full-time for 6 years. It's been a long road. And it's not our first game. We also have a game out that we released in 2019 called Eastshade. And it was a hit. Is it a hit? Can we call it a hit? Chat, is Eastshade a hit? Sometimes I call it like a mid-tier hit, because I think when people think hit indie game, they think like, you know, Vampire Survivors or something, or like Undertale or something, or Stardew Valley. But Eastshade changed our lives, but it was no Stardew Valley. It grossed $3.6 million across all platforms to date. I just cannot, for the life of me, figure out why. Let me flip the normals on this. So what if I flip the normals? Will it be the right way? No. That is so strange. So it's just always, no matter what, going the wrong way. I don't get that. You know what it must be? It must be a draw order thing. It must be a draw order thing. That's the only thing I can think of. Justin says, I might quit, but if I do quit, I'm too hard on myself. Hey, if you like doing it, you shouldn't quit. Vim says the cutoff for a hit is 2 million. 2 million gross, then yeah, it's a hit. Well, then we'll call Eastshade a hit. Justin, the voice actor, said, wait, you made Eastshade. That's me, guilty as charged. My wife and I, and a handful of other contractors. Oh, heck yeah. Rock on. Well, happy to hear it. I don't often run into people in the wild who played Eastshade, but maybe course, you have found this stream on YouTube, so maybe you were already subscribed to the YouTube channel for Eastshade. Well, thank you. Glad you liked it. I was 11 when it came out. Okay, so you're a young folk. Well, I'm happy to hear that an 11-year-old liked it, because I didn't really know if a young person would like Eastshade. Actually, I get that question a lot from older people when they hear about what my wife and I do for a living. They always ask, or do you make the games you make, are they for children? People always ask if, I think that older folks think that video games are kind of for children, which is interesting. River foam, let's increase the draw order to 3600. There it goes, boom. Okay, so that's what it was the draw order. I'm gonna rotate it because we've got that nasty seam in there, and I just want that seam to be more underneath the waterfall. Something like that. Cool, happy with that. And in order to obfuscate the seam even more, I'm gonna double the mesh and then rotate it again. And I'm going to put this on Cave River Foam 2, which will give us that other foam that is tiling at a different frequency and moving at a different rate. And now we should get the double here. River Foam 2, that also needs to be 3600. Actually, we'll give it like 3601, so on top. And the foam in general, I think we can make just a little bit less, just lower the opacity of it. Cool. I think that looks pretty good. I think that actually can afford to be, first of all, a little bit. No, I guess the color was correct, but let's just turn down the opacity of it a little bit. Right, and I added the reflective texture to the cave pond water. And I want to see, oh no, I didn't. Cave pond water, swamp. Now, why can't I see the swamp texture? I wonder if it's something to do with reflection, there we go, reflection intensity. Here we go. So we can like turn that up. And we might just turn down the fade distance. Turn up the fade. Yeah, we could just increase it until it's covering everything. We'll put it like at 40. There. Now we have some sort of rippling happening in the water. Can make it really subtle. Sort of gives a more crystalline looking look. But I think we might be able to find a texture that is a bit more cave-like. This is interesting. So a really high contrast texture seems to be doing well here. I bet if we had like a really starry cave texture, I think I have just the thing. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go find an Eastshade screenshot. Yeah, I'll go to Eastshade Steam page, and I'll just grab the Howling Caverns. Here they are. It just has a lot of detail and dynamicness in this. I'm going to put this into Photoshop. I'm going to grab a square out of it. Grab a square with a lot of dynamicness. A lot of different parts to it. What happened? Oh, it was 1 pixel by 1 pixel? No, we need a ratio of 1 by 1. There we go. Okay, here we go. And now we just have to make it, first of all, I want it to really use up the whole value range, and I want it to tile. So let's go image. This is just the reflection, everybody, in case anybody is completely baffled as to what on earth I'm doing. It doesn't have to be very high resolution. In fact, I think it might look better if it's not. And then I'm going to go offset this thing by 256 by 256. And what is going on? I don't know why our seam is... Come on, 256 by 256? Why is our seam right there? It doesn't make any sense. Should be the horizontal. Okay, there we go. I don't know why it's giving us that nasty little bit of transparency, but I'm just gonna Control J it until it's gone. And it almost already tiles, which is cool. But I will just sort of, I guess I'll use the healing brush and just try to get rid of that. The healing brush is not doing a great job, but it's fine. And then I think I want just a few more little stars in here, like cancel some like very bright blue, very highly saturated little orbs and things, just like maybe a few white ones as well. Just something like that. And then I think for some sort of accent, I'll add like a little bit of fiery, more orange accent. And hopefully that'll give us this really incredible, brilliant water. So I'm gonna save as, without losing information. Yeah, I don't want to save it as a JPEG. File save as. Okay, that's fine. I don't care. I don't know what you're talking about. And let's go into assets. Let's go into textures. And I'll just call this cave reflections. Easy. Now I'm really curious how that's going to look. Let's grab that pond water and put on that reflection texture, cave reflections. Okay, so clearly those dots are way too much. But it seems to like the higher contrast. We could just like blur the crap out of those. Filter, let's do Gaussian blur. Something like that. Save. No. Well, we could go with something like that, but it doesn't seem like the orange is really working. So I'll just sort of turn that down a little bit. Seems a little bit better. Still seems a little bit chaotic. Also, I want to make sure that this is actually tiling. It is in wrap. But yeah, it seems very stretched. Why does it stretch? Why is it stretching like that? I don't really know. Okay, let me catch up with chat. Let's see. It was on Game Pass. Oh yes, that's right. Okay, played it on Game Pass. Very cool. Rautesh, hello, welcome. Found the stream just as you were finishing yesterday. E-Shade is a fun game. Appreciate you playing E-Shade. Thank you so much for the kind words, and I'm glad you dug it. Bim says, my parents know what consoles are, but they have no idea what Steam is. That sounds about right. Bim says, games are for kids, according to them. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Justin says, I'm going to still audition even though I might get picked. I might not. It wouldn't hurt to try. There you go. It doesn't hurt to try. It really doesn't. Just audition as much as you can. Bulb Turtle says, I don't know why, but the intro in Eastshade is very vivid to me, and it's been years since I played it. Well, I'm glad it stuck with you. Kind of random, but I can remember the brightness of the beach in particular. Yeah, I definitely felt stuff myself when we first you round the corner out of Ingov's cave, and with Phoenix's track playing Adventure. I can't remember what we named that track, but I think the working title was like Adventure or something, Adventure 1 or something. Definitely felt stuff. Definitely felt stuff. Justin says, been working on this game for 6 years. That's dedication. Yeah, that's right. How long it took to make Eastshade? About 4. So Eastshade took 5 years. So not too far off there. Noid, hello and welcome, says, my favorite part about deving water shaders, plugging in completely random textures that work surprisingly well. I know. You have done some water dev, look dev. That is a true statement right there. Like, there is so much random texture trying, like the reflection texture. I mean, I've put in so many weird ass textures into the reflections and found things that worked and things that didn't. The waves, like if you're using like a normal map for the waves, like I've put in the craziest shit into the waves that looks good or not. Even the mask that blends between the two waves is pretty random. And look at this texture. This is called the wave mask, and it's an RGB, the 3-way blend that has like the craziest, like all kinds of weird like fractals and stuff in it. I'm just messing with it so much. But yeah, ain't that the truth? So many random textures. I don't know why it's stretching so much. That's the only thing that's bothering me. And I wonder if that other texture worked better. Oh, that's the wave mask. Whoops. Okay, clearly those textures are not working better. But why is it so stretched? Like, I could see these weird little like, looks all scratchy. But maybe it's okay. I don't know. No, it's not right. I don't know why. And the tiling doesn't do anything because it's just completely screen space. We might just blur the entire texture. I'll copy it just in case, but we might just want to blur the entire, I don't know. We might just want a blurry texture. Okay, that definitely gets rid of those weird little scratchies, but it also kind of took out a lot of the detail of the texture. I don't know, it's a hard call. Very hard call. Reflection tiling could increase the frequency there. And the reflection distortion could lower it to make the water a little bit less crazy. So many different ways we could go with the texture. Seems like the tiling does better when we lower it. Do we want to blur it even more? Go blur, Gaussian blur. I'll blur it even more. Oops. No, maybe we don't want to blur it even more. Let me just make sure there's using a bit more value range in here. Push the values around a little bit. Just a bit more general brightness. I think that's fine, but let's try to run like a high pass on it to sort of, oops. I just want to sort of even out the values a little bit. Let's run a high pass. I don't want to completely high pass the bejesus out of it, but just trying to even out the values. And then I'll just add that contrast back in, and I can just sort of knock that down. And that's just evening out the values of the texture a little bit, so we don't get such crazy deltas between the brights and the lows. Let me add a little bit of the blue in there and just turn that down a little bit. Actually, we can even like rotate the entire thing. Might maybe even move it down. Okay, and then if the water is going to be that, then we should reduce the reflection intensity significantly, because the water's just way too bright right now. So just lowering the reflection intensity. But then now it's a very subtle look, the reflection. I almost think that it looked better when we had the big hotspot changes. Go back to that. Okay, I don't like the way this texture's looking. Abort. What if we go back to the swamp reflection and then increase the reflection intensity? I could just literally grab this entire texture, exit out. Okay, by the way, Long Arm 358, thank you for the follow. Some of all noobs, I think maybe I was BRB when you followed, and also Duwu. Appreciate the follow, folks. Thank you, thank you. Okay, catch up with chat. All right, thanks for dropping by, Vim. And hopefully I'll see you again next time. Justin, thank you as well for dropping by. See you, see you. Not Mere Games says, are you trying to avoid planar reflections because performance? No, not necessarily. Just, it just doesn't really, from the top-down perspective, you don't really get much for the planar reflections. I find that I've able to use a lot more like artist discretion with just a just a simple texture. I do have some planar reflections going in the main scene, although they don't line up very well. That's another problem. It's hard to get things to line up with the planar reflections, especially because I have all the different water levels. But yeah, generally for these kind of situations, when I just have like a water in a specific environment, I like to just manually mess with the reflection texture. Justin says, before I go, when's the auditions, just in case? We have not publicly announced when the audition is. Sorry about that. But yeah, we post it and we give a few weeks for everyone to audition. Keeping track of this act says, will there be a faint silhouette of a cave creature in the water? Ooh, that sounds scary. Where's the reflection lighting coming from? Isn't it a cave? Are you talking to me, or are you talking to every game that has ever been made in the history of mankind? Because ain't that the question? Caves are pitch black. They can't make this cave pitch black. You won't be able to see anything. Not Mirror Game says, oh, okay, didn't realize it was top down. Yeah. So that reflection texture looks so horrible. But what I wanted to do was go into Photoshop and just paste in this other one. And just mess with the values, like just push it totally in the blue direction. Create massive value changes here. We have that green in there. I don't really want the green, but I don't really think we can get rid of it necessarily very easily. Could do like a color replace on it. I guess let's just try it like that, see what we get. Okay. Yeah, the game isn't totally top down, but it's kind of like angled down 30 degrees. Cave. Where's the cave? Oh man, I just can't find this material. Okay, here we go. Cave reflections. All right, so there's that. It's so crazy how we get this weird stretchies. I don't really know why that's happening necessarily. But that is a crazy texture. And let me decrease the saturation significantly. And also, yeah, that's fine. We'll go with that. And then I'll just turn down the I'll just turn down the opacity of it significantly. Yeah, the green's not working. The green just doesn't work. We need to take out the green. In fact, it seems like maybe for a reflection like this, we probably shouldn't have we shouldn't have a lot of color variation, period. I might just try, let's just try black and white. Let's see how that looks. And just let the color water speak for itself. So that's what it looks like that. So because the reflection is sort of muting the color, I do think we probably need to add a little bit of the blue in there. Although I don't know. I did like parts about what the other texture was doing. Do something like that. I just left a little bit of that other texture. That looks pretty good. So comparing it to no reflection. So here's no reflection. Yeah, it looks really flat without any sort of reflection. So I think that it's better with reflection. There's no reflection. Here's a little bit of reflection. And because we have the water, we have the waterfall, we really should see some, you know, there's going to be some turbulence in the water, so we really should see a little bit of the water breaking up. Now this river, I'm noticing now that we have the reflection, is incredibly dull, and we need to pump some reflection into it or add its own reflection texture. I don't think we have a version of the river shader. Oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do. We can do the swamp water. And then we can add our own reflection. So we can add the cave reflection. Hooray. Now they look exactly, they're a perfect match now. Awesome. Reflection intensity. Yeah, heck yeah. We've got full control here. Let me just actually copy the settings. We have reflection tiling. We could mess with that a little bit. Pond water. Oh, reflection tiling doesn't seem to be doing anything. I don't really know why. So 0.04, 0.2. And then let's go to the cave river. 0.04, 0.2. 0.04, 0.2. And this was 40. Okay, so now we've got the settings sort of unified. Personal Haiti, hello. Welcome. Can I tell you something? Of course. Tell away. Does anyone remember Tattletale, that 2016 indie horror video game? I have never played it or heard of it. Bulb Turtle says, can you talk a bit about the trailer for Songs of Glimmerwick? What was the vision for it and how it works for the Steam audience? I'll be updating mine soon and am trying to pick up some tips. Can I ask you a question, Bulb? Have you watched the Glimmerwick trailer? And if you have, can you tell me what you thought of the Glimmerwick trailer first? I would ask you that question first. I'll give you my I'll give you my insight if you give me your insight. Because you also have you have a great trailer. Let's see. Oh, you're updating your trailer. Yeah, your trailer is fantastic, honestly. I thought your trailer was great. But hey, I know what the grind is like. I know what the trailer grind is like because it feels like it's never enough. What about this? How's this gonna look? I feel like there's always a better trailer. I always feel like there's a better trailer out there that I could have made that if I just knew exactly what to do, exactly what idea to go with, exactly what shtick to go with, exactly what kind of shots to pick, that I could make the greatest trailer. All right, so there we go. There's our water for the moment. Now let's go ahead and make our river. Let's make the rest of the river anyway. So going back to our file here, got this piece that we're going to raise all the way up just so to the level. Okay, I'll just sort of make sure all these sort of move out. I want to really spread them out if I can. Don't want them to be all clustered up like this. Okay. Now we're going to have another little river bout here. So I'll duplicate this off and scale this up, scale it up, and I'll place it right here. So here's our river, and it's going on course. Might be a little too noisy. Try to point the river at that where I said the waterfall would be coming from, right there. Struggling with exactly how wide to make the river. That looks like pretty good. And I'm liking how it's intersecting with the water there. I think I'll go with that. And then I just need this little river to extend all the way to the edge, but we'll worry about that in a moment. First, let's just kind of cut off the top of the river. Let's view it from the front. Maybe we can view it from the right. Go. And I'll just go into face mode and we'll just cut off the top. All those faces. Okay. Now we have this jagged riverbed. It's fine. Remove the sides here. I'll select one face. This face right here, and then I'll select a face over here and just say shortest path of faces, and then I can just kind of expand the selection. I think that's probably good. Something like that. Get rid of these faces right here. Don't need those. And why don't I get rid of those as well? Hey, personal Haiti. Sorry, I don't remember the Tattletale game. Or at least I don't think I've ever heard of it or seen it. Howdy, Story Paintings. Old Blender. Yeah, that's right. We're using an old Blender. I'm just going to sort of get rid of these little jaggies, at least some of them, before we go in and flatten out this river, the sort of coast of the river, if you want to call it that. The shore, river shore. Got some nastiness here. I don't really care for this. I don't think we should have that. So it'll just be cleaner and easier if I get rid of these jaggies now. Not super. I could probably make it work even with the jaggies, but I'm just going to go in and make sure that we have enough of a lip here to actually work, and I just don't want too many jaggies when I extrude out this lip to make sure that it sort of sits on the ground. And when I cut the hole in the ground, I want to make sure I have good coverage. I just feel like if I don't fill in these jaggies now, I'm probably just going to be filling them in later. So I'll just fill them in now. Sort of easy to see where they are and stuff. Takes a few minutes. Okay, still filling up these jaggies, filling these holes here. Oops, fill that up right there. There we go. I've actually tried to learn the new Blender. Every once in a while I pop in and it's just like it's just like pandemonium in there for me. I don't know what's going on. It feels quite different to me. I'll just extrude this edge out so I can have something to fill there. Okay. And we'll just fill that in as well. Pretty good clean edge. Yeah, beautiful. It's beautiful. Love that for me. All right. So we need both sides here. Deselect the back and the front. And then I will use the proportional fall off to squash this down to 0. That'll give us a completely flat little bit of lip here to work with. And now I'll grow my selection and push it down a little bit. Grow my selection, push it down a little bit. And it is sort of making the river a little bit bigger here. Okay. I just want it to be very close to the terrain that we're sitting on top of, because Well, let's shrink the selection again and push it down a little bit. It is floating a significant amount. I want to push it down even more, but I don't want the river to be too wide here, so keep that in mind. Okay, cool. So now I do want to grab this edge. Actually, I just want one edge. So what if I just put a cut right here? Will that prevent, wondering if that will prevent the edge from wrapping all around it. Actually, I don't think it will, so never mind. Can I do, shortest path won't work either. Okay, so nothing will work. I'll just have to manually do this again. It's kind of annoying. It's all right. It's all right. Okay, extrude, and then return off proportional fall off. Yeah, see, this is annoying. Okay, let's see if I can just, there, now we've got one edge. Sort of flatten this out. Don't want to go too crazy with it. There we go. Okay, perfect. Gorgeous. And now we have our river, more or less. The mouth of the river here, or not the mouth, I'm sorry, the where it meets the waterfall. We're gonna need to craft that very specifically, so I'll just get us started here. I'll just use a big old soft proportional fall off just to sort of try to get it close. Actually, and that is going to make a seam. I need to push this area out right here. Something like that. Okay. Push this in. Little doodad, not too much of a fan of. I'm going to push that back out. I don't want it too jagged right here by the waterfall, just because I feel like the speed of the water right there would probably erode sort of a more straight looking line. I just want to kind of take out some of that wiggle. Oh, look at that. We've left a piece over here that didn't get extruded. So let's just extrude that. Whoa, what's going on? Oh, I have proportional fall off. Boy, okay, and then let's weld those two verts together. There we go. Nothing to it. Okay, hello, Dylan says, your game eShade is very beautiful. Thank you for that. Did you use Unity or Unreal? I used Unity. Myself and my team. Okay. So we need to cut a hole. Where this river goes. We probably actually could just use literally just use this for our terrain. I don't necessarily know if we needed to make that little lip. Yeah, you know what, let's just, well, I don't know. We'll see. But we do need a lot more river here, so I need to extend the river. We'll just grab, select shortest path, and then I'll just keep expanding till I have about as much river as I need. I want some like kind of beefier parts of the river. Let's see. I don't like how uneven our selection growing has been going. There we go. This seems like a pretty good bit there. Oh, whoops. Just duplicate that. And then I suppose I can just probably flip this, so just like -1 and then flip the normals and try to match this up perfectly right here. You know, I don't even think I need a perfect match. It's not super important. Yeah, actually, I really don't need a perfect match. I can just put this like that. I happen to know that where a waterfall lands, the river's bigger. So really, maybe I should use the big side over here. I think we should make it even bigger than that, but something like that for where the water is actually going to fall. I will do that. Okay, catch up with chat. Bull Bortle says, get your thoughts on my trailer. Yeah, I thought your trailer's fantastic. I think the trailer is very good. Immediately get the feeling that the game is high production and quality. Okay, I like that. The vibe is also pretty clear right away. Charming, soothing, peaceful. Okay, that's good. That's good stuff. Reminded me of Spiritfarer. All right, I'll take that. I like that. Cool that it focuses on setting and lore. Okay, I'm glad that that came through. Okay. While showing ample gameplay, I'm also happy with that because I think that's one of the most important. You asked for my thoughts on making a trailer. I think the modern Steam gamer is really looking for the game verbs. They're looking for the game verbs very quickly, and I will admit I was maybe not on my game enough when I watched your trailer to know that it was a typing game. I should have known it was the typing game right away. So that's good. But I could tell, you know, you were showing, I felt like your trailer showed a lot of interactions, a lot of interacting, and a lot of like actually doing things rather than, you know, just walking, which our trailers tend to show a lot of walking, and it's so hard for us to get away from it because the prettiest things in our game are like the environments you walk through and the NPCs you walk up to and stuff. So I don't know, our game verbs never look as pretty as just, you know, shots of our game world. So it's really a struggle. We really have to we have to force ourselves to come up with shots that show the game verbs that, and it kills us sometimes to even put them in because they just don't look as good as, you know, the other, as just the sort of more contemplative, here's walking through an environment stuff. Like that always looks the best because our game environments look really good. Both, you know, Ishade and Glimmerwick, they're completely different games, but they both have that going for them. So it was really hard to force ourselves to show the game verbs. For our next trailer, which we've already made, by the way, it's like literally, it's already done, like 100% done. But our next trailer, we really tried to show more game verbs, like lean into it even harder. Like really tried to at least, you know, like 50% game verb. What are you doing in the game? And it's hard because like our games also have a lot of dialogue. So like, does dialogue count as a game verb? It's definitely a game verb. Like you're talking to NPCs is one of the things that you do in our games, and it's fun to talk to NPCs, and you have like, you know, dialogue trees and dialogue options and things, and you're meeting NPCs and hearing from them is fun. But I don't know if that counts for some players. Really hard. I will say that for Glimmerwick, we did a lot of backwards quest design. Like we would actually think of a shot that would show well, and then we would design a quest around that shot. So we literally have quests in the game that exist because we designed a trailer moment that we thought would look beautiful. Like, for instance, the first shot in the trailer where you're sitting on the boat and the sea creature comes in and comes up under you. We thought that sort of mood of like the wonder of that moment would show well in a trailer. That's that moment that I came up with just in my brain thinking about, you know, magic and awe and things like that. I just thought, I pictured the girl playing her flute on the boat in the dark lake. And so we built an entire quest that had that as a set piece moment. I think that's really important. just like kind of thinking what will show well and working backwards from there. Some people call that marketing first game design, which is disgusting, but it can work. I mean, it's not just marketing first though, because it also works as a game. Like if it shows well in a trailer, that's also really a great sign even for your game. Like even outside of the trailer, if it, you know, if there's a moment that is very visually evocative, that explains itself easily, well, that's just a good moment, period. Not just a good moment for a trailer, but a good moment for a game. So I think mixing a little bit of that in there is helpful. But I also think about, I want players, like you mentioned, production value and quality. And I really want players to feel that. Like I want it to feel like the game took 6 years. I want it to feel just like a monolith, just like this epic, massive thing. Like, oh shit, what's this game? Like, why haven't I heard of this game? So I try to think about that, and I try to show a lot of variety, a lot of visual variety in the trailers as well. And I think our new trailer is a lot better than our last trailer. I actually watched our old trailer, and it, it doesn't look very good to me anymore. Okay. Those are my thoughts on trailers. I don't know if it was helpful. Dylan says, what is inspiring you to make a Witch Academy game? The Witcher? Oh, I guess it is kind of Witch Academy. It's kind of like the Witcher Academy, I guess you could call it. Jacqueline has always, my wife, she's the lead designer and lead artist of this game, and she's just always really liked Magic School Academy type media. Her favorite book is Year of the Griffin, which is a Wizard Academy book. All right, the stream has been on for 5 hours. We need to make it to 6 hours, the longest on your channel. That is true. I've never streamed for so long. Radwall, hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. Radwall, I tell people, is an old friend of mine. Grew up in the same neighborhood. Fun stuff. Bulb Turtle says, also imagine it's challenging to show gameplay when it's probably tied to music mechanic. I mean, I think it's a cop-out. Like, I can show, we have a rhythm game. It's just a rhythm game. I can show a rhythm game. But I'm scared to. I'm too scared. But our new trailer shows, the rhythm game. We're just like, there it is. There's the rhythm game there. It doesn't look great, but whatever. That's what you do. It's a verb. It's fun. We also show like our potion making mini game. We sort of show some of our mini games, and they don't look as beautiful as the environments, but we just show them. I'm trying to get over that. Like I tend to be like, it's not our prettiest stuff. I'm afraid to show it, but like people want to know what you do in the game, and that's probably more important. And I should just be more confident about it and just say, this is what you do, and not be ashamed and not feel like I need to like, you know, just, I think we're hurting ourselves basically by showing too much pretty stuff, focusing too much on pretty stuff. Of course, it's part of what sells our games, but I think the game verbs are really important today in this day and age. People are going to see the pretty anyway, I imagine. The most important thing a game should achieve is immersing the player so deeply that they feel truly connected to its world. The only game done that for me was Dragon Age Origins. Wow, nice, nice. Okay. Yeah, trailers are really hard. They take me so long. I'm like the trailer guy of our studio, and I get like anxiety about the possibilities. Let me bridge these edge loops here. And like I was saying, like I just feel like if I could find that Goldilocks magic, that magic trailer outline or that magic trailer script, that I could show the game in the best possible light. There's just so many ways to show a game. You know, you can outsource your trailer, but I've never really understood how that works. Actually, I had a call with Derek Liu, I think is how you pronounce his name, once. He was doing a GDC talk and he had it, and he was doing some like research and was asking developers different things. And I was asking him about it, but it's hard for me to imagine the process of outsourcing the trailer, because like I don't know what you did for your trailer, Bulb Turtle. You have a very polished trailer, so I'd be interested to know. But we like pick our trailer shots first. We pick our trailer shots and then we like have all those cameras set up, and then we go and polish the bejesus out of whatever's in the camera for the trailer. So it feels like outsourcing we don't just like kick a build and just start like recording footage in the game randomly. Like we always sort of know what our trailer shots are going to be, and then we polish the bejesus out of the game. So can if I outsource a trailer person, I guess they could make like a rough cut trailer, and then we would go and know where all those areas are and polish them up and then give the game back to them, and then they would re-record the footage. That's the only way I can think of doing it, but not really sure what the process looks like most of the time. I think most indies really underestimate, not you, Bulb Turtle. Your trailer is polished to the nines. Your trailer looks amazing. But I think most indies underestimate what goes into a good trailer and how much like thinking and toil you have to do to really create something special. Like they don't try hard enough on their trailers. I mean, that's just everything. I guess they don't try hard enough on their games either, but yeah, it's tough. Dylan says, I am making an extremely ambitious game that is inventing a genre. Rock on. Could I share the premise of it in private to get your thoughts on it? I've watched a lot of your videos on making games. If you shared it here in the chat, that might be easier for me. But if you're scared of people stealing your idea or something, I would say no, because I don't want you to privately message your idea. And what if I see your idea and I'm like, that's not original. Like we were going to do that in our next game. And then you think I stole the idea. It's a liability that I just have no good reason to take on. So I would prefer for you to not private message me your idea, I guess, if that makes sense. Let me check that follow. It's probably a weird angle you hadn't thought of, but it's a thing. That's a lot of game developers do not want people to message them with their ideas, because they're just like, what can I gain from this other than seeing your idea and you thinking I'm stealing it just because your idea not as, not as secret as you thought it was, or as novel as you thought it was. D.A. Berghart, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Be successful and would love to get your thoughts. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. Just a liability that I don't have much to gain from. Too risky for me. Okay, so there's sort of outline of our river. Let's see if we can take this piece of river and it's got kind of a weird angle. Let's see if we can go local. Okay, we can go local with this. Let me just array modifier the bejesus out of this. Array. Okay, we're gonna array in the wrong direction here. So 0. 1. For whatever reason, it's not merging. I guess we don't have a perfectly clean line here at the end. Let me just see if I can make it a clean line. Let me just completely smash it. Oh, let me turn off proportional fall off before I ruin my model. Smash that down to 0. Okay, there we go. So now I can just sort of array until I have this thing about as long as I think I need it. It seems like it's long enough, right? Probably don't even need it that long. Let's go 9 count. Okay. Yeah, this is a long one for sure. I mean, it really helped that I took that 25-minute break to go eat, because normally that's the thing that limits my stream is I just get hungry. I don't know why talking makes me hungry, but it seems to. So that 25-minute BRB really helped a lot. Dylan says, I can assure you my idea is far out there. It is almost impossible that you're thinking of doing this for your next game. But what if I am? Or what if there's something about my next game that you think that I stole from you? That would just be a nightmare that I don't need, you know? If you're worried about sharing it with random people in chat, then yeah, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear the idea. Arvik says, I decided my first commercial game going to be an immersive sim FPS. Rock on. I already got my tools and templates. Time to start learning. Hell yeah. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. Old Turtle says, I didn't really do anything special on it. It's very polished though. It's very polished. It's good. It has good pacing. It has, you know, good edits and good cuts, and it shows off the game verbs well. And the game looks slick too. Good stuff. Arvik says, congrats, you've been streaming for 5.5 hours. You broke the record. All right. Good stuff. That's funny. I would not have known that that was a record without you telling me, Arvix. Oh, you know what I didn't think about is how these verts don't quite line up. So let me undo. Oops. Let me undo the applying of that array modifier. And then let me just see if I can make the verts line up. So here's one vert. I'll just put it on 0, and that way I know it's gonna line up. Now these ones should line up. Oh, this one, we don't even have a cut. That's weird. Why don't we have a cut on this side? Very peculiar. Wait, do we? Okay, yeah, those ones should line up. Those ones should line up. Do these ones line up? Let me see. I'll just scale them down to 0. So hopefully they should line up, and then we'll do the same thing with these ones. Scale these ones down to 0. Okay, and now if I apply the modifier, yeah, now it all lines up. So I'll remove the doubles. Should have removed a lot of verts there. Okay. Now we should be able to start just bending our river in here. So I'm going to sink the river down to the level of our basin here. And now let's grab the ends. Just need the end to line up. Okay. Now we've lined it up with the waterfall, more or less. Now, gotta delete some of these faces so that we can see what we're doing. Shouldn't need those faces. Shouldn't need those faces. Probably don't even need that one, really. Move this vert in. Oops, we got massive proportional fall off. And then here, what's going on here? Oh, that's just the end of the waterfall. Okay, we can work with that. Cool. Very nice. I think we can delete these ones. I don't think we need those either. I'll leave that one around. You catch up with chat here. Arvix asks, why use an old version of Blender? That's because I'm using a custom exporter that I wrote that works exactly like I like it, and I don't want to have to rewrite it for the new version of Blender now that all the APIs have changed around. Dylan says there's a greater chance of me being teleported to Jupiter than for you to have the same idea. It's polar opposite almost from what you're doing. Well, the more you feel that way, the more you think that there's no way I'm doing. The more you feel like there's no way I could be ever wanting to do anything like your idea, the more convinced you'll be if I do something that, you know, the more annoyed you'll be. The more you'll want to take me to court, basically, and I'll have to go through a pointless fight that I could have avoided. Xavier, hello. Welcome. I know how you feel about Unreal, but I'm currently using it to create an adventure RPG type game to avoid royalties. Hopefully it won't be a hit. Come on now. You don't want it to not be a hit. I'll share a trailer on later streams if it's cool. It is cool. I loved seeing people's games. This is not a no self promo stream. Well, I mean, obviously if you're a spammer, then get out of here, but you are watching the stream and you are digging the stream and you want to show me what you're working on. I want to see what you're working on. Okay, so we've just about got. Wait, what's going on here? Is this just the? Oh, it is. Okay. So yeah, I still wonder if we even need this mesh. I feel like we might be able to get away without even having one. We could just literally just use this mesh. Because then we won't, it's kind of a pointless seam, I think, that we'll have. What I'm saying is I could literally just extrude this out like to here, no problem. We got some nastiness going on here. Why don't I just, oh, oops. I'll just collapse some of these verts. Don't need all them verts. We'll collapse these verts. Collapse these verts. In fact, I don't need so many verts in general. I could probably, well, we could always run a decimator. Actually, what I'll do is I'll just grab these two and then I'll go into, whoa. I'll go into vert mode and then we'll just stop doing that. Why? My muscle memory is doing strange things. We'll remove doubles and then I'll just up this until we get rid of some of these verts because we just don't need so many verts there. Yeah, something like that. Easy cheesy. I'm probably going to want this edge right here. I'll just go select shortest path. Shortest path. I'll just push this edge onto global. I'll just push it like closer to the edge there. And then what I was saying for the, I could just literally model that out with this, and then like I said, I won't have those unnecessary seam. Something like that. Easy. Now I'll probably want this terrace to be actually a little bit higher. There we go. And now I shouldn't need so much. Actually, I probably don't need any of this, do I? Can I just delete this? Yeah, sure, why not? Delete it. Oh, no, I do need some. Here, let's undo some of that. Let's keep this around. We do need a little of that. Delete that. Okay. That's good. And now, like I said, I can just take this edge right here. And I'm pretty sure I could just extrude it straight back. Expand. And nothing wrong with that. And I can just build the fork. The fork that I'm wanting. I'll just build it with props. I'll just stick some props there. That'd be good. Arvik says Unreal 5 equals 0 FPS. Is that right? Dylan says, what are your thoughts on a cinematic trailer and a gameplay trailer, like two separate ones? I mean, intuitively, I would say that you're wasting money on the cinematic trailer because most players don't want to watch it, which begs the question, why do companies with a lot of money, like AAA companies, why do they make cinematic trailers? And the answer I would tell you is that people approach a AAA game with a very different mindset than they do an indie game. With a AAA game, many players who are watching the trailer or whatever the AAA company has put out, they are already thinking of buying the game. They're already sold. They're like, this is Assassin's Creed 6. I love Assassin's Creeds. I've played 4 of them. And when that kind of player who's already kind of going to buy your game, or at least they're on the fence, thinking about, they're ready with their money, then a cinematic trailer is a completely different ball game, because now you're just hyping them up to buy what they already know. They already know exactly how your game plays. They've played 4 versions of it already. And you're already at maximum saturation. Basically, every core gamer knows exactly. Everyone who plays games knows what a Halo game is. You know, everyone, absolutely everyone. It's a completely different ballgame with an indie game. Nobody knows who you are. Nobody even knows what your game is. Nobody's coming into an indie game Steam page ready with their money. So hyping them up with a cinematic trailer seems pointless to me. They're like, what the fuck is this? You know, they're like, they're not going to watch some cinematic trailer. That's like the equivalent of giving someone a lore pamphlet or something to like a movie that they have never even seen, that they don't even care about yet. So that's why I think that it kind of makes sense for AAA companies that already have sort of maximum market saturation to make a sort of cinematic trailer just to hype people up and maybe get them to buy a game that they were already maybe on the fence of buying. Just making sure that they're really excited about it, as opposed to an indie game, which people are coming in, they just want to know what you do in the game. They want to know what genre is this game? What do I even do in the game? What are the verbs of the game? It's just a different mindset. So I would take all the money you're going to put into the cinematic trailer and I would put it into the gameplay trailer. Personally, that's what I would do. I think, you know, unless the cinematic trailer somehow explains your game, which, you know, there's weird stuff you can do. I don't want to say that, you know, you should be super vanilla about everything, because I've seen some companies do some really weird guerrilla, I call them like guerrilla marketing tactics. They're like, there's strange trailers that like I've never seen. Like there's just so many different ways to, you know, talk to people and tell them about your game. So, you know, if you've got a really cool idea for something, that maybe that could work, but just my gut reaction is that no, an indie game should not be wasting money on a cinematic trailer. Brad Wall says, I found this webpage dedicated to breaking down all of the models from Shadow of the Colossus. Wow, that's cool. That sounds really cool and niche. I love stuff like that. All right, Arvix, thanks for dropping by the stream. And hopefully I'll catch you next time. Okay, so I'm going to maybe move this giant thing to another layer and then just deparent this. And gosh, is that for reals? Wow, we barely needed to do anything to this river. It's already fits in this thing. So let me just go ahead and move it over a little bit here. Oh, I do want to make sure that the rapids sort of conform to the river, because the rapids are sort of directional, right? So I just want to make sure that this kind of snake thing somewhat conforms to the river. Nerophia, thanks very much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Actually, let me go ahead and see where we're at already with the river. Changes. Oh, whoops. Okay, we need to make sure to actually parent this new giant, massive piece of terrain. Oh, we have some wacky vertex colors too. Let's just see what vertex colors we have going on this one. First of all, okay, it's just pure pink. And we have cave, floor, dark forest, cave, floor, dark forest. And then let's get the pure pink going, just as so we can get started. I don't know why it didn't come in. Did we not parent it? Oh yeah, somehow we didn't parent it. Okay. Dylan says the cinematic trailer would explain the game and how you got to where you are. How you got to where you are is a sort of story setup. But like I said, there's many roads to Rome. It could work. But most players don't care how you got to where you are. They just want to know the gameplay verbs, like immediately. Like it's almost like they're almost allergic to anything else. Okay, so here is our river. Let me put the viz cam on top of the river. Where are you? We'll save. It's okay. It does seem like the bank should be a little bit steeper. It's kind of crazy town. I might have to smooth out. Oh, look, we have some. Okay, so our river is not completely covering everything yet. We've got some issues. We've got some issues, but we're gonna work through it. So just every so often, I'm just gonna try to push the verts right into the middle of the river here. Grabbing all the verts, trying to push them into the middle. Trying to keep those middle two rings somewhat centered. What's this? This is interesting. What is that? It's like something. Huh. Some weird smoothing artifact. Actually, why don't we just merge that, make that go away. I wonder if we put a turbo smooth modifier on it, it'll smooth this out. Probably not. It does look a little bit jaggedy. Okay. Sorry, I know I'm quite behind on chat. Pelodius says, I was taught to one of the better ways to start marketing is word of mouth on socials. Get people involved with testing, listen to player ideas and reply, etc. to show people you care, but it's mostly word of mouth and getting as many people involved as you can, even in a super simple alpha stage if need be, to give people an idea of what the game is about, etc. Even doing stuff like this can help. I don't know. I don't think I would agree with that. I think that social media is largely really small potatoes compared to showcases and festivals and just Steam internal traffic. What is going on here with this? I wonder, we need to make the river a little deeper. I think social media is kind of a little outdated at this point. I think, but I'm very much in the Chris Sikowski verse. So if you read Chris Sikowski, that's where I'm at right now. I just think he's the most data-oriented Steam marketing person. I don't know. This river looks I'm not that happy with it. I'm just not crazy about it. But maybe I'm just like, maybe I shouldn't worry so much about it. Like, maybe I don't need to make every single part of the cave look super good. Maybe it's enough to just make some parts look really good. I don't know. Responding to Pelodius's comment on social media, like, I mean, very few of our 115,000 wish lists have come from social media. At least I think. Kind of reminds me of the cave from Pokemon Snap. I don't even remember that. Dylan says it's very important to this game. If they don't know how they got to where they are in my game, they would be incredibly confused because it's set in a future time. Huh. Well, I've certainly played many games set in the future. But I don't know, your game might be really weird and special. Just trying to get these rapids to align. I don't know. Why do I hate how this looks? I wonder if I use this more craggy style of border, like this sort of thing would have. Let me try that. Yeah, I like how that looks better. Could just have one side of the river using this method. The craggy style. What's that mound back there, I wonder? Oh, right, it's this one I set aside, okay. Got to keep in perspective what the camera's actually going to look like. I'm just trying to decide what to do. I don't know if I like. what I've done here. What if I just like extruded, if I just grabbed all of these verts like right here, and then I just extruded up. It's crazy. Oops, I have proportional fall off on. Let me try just extruding up like this. I'm gonna turn off subsurf for a moment. And I sort of made this the river. I'm gonna grab this entire, I don't think I'm gonna be able to, no, I'm not. Okay, what can I do? I just want to select this part just as a sort of proof of concept. Let's see. Okay, I kind of already like what's going on there. Let me just unwrap everything again. And then I'm gonna make sure, first of all, well, that's fine, we'll just leave that. But I'm just gonna set these verts to be the blue material, or the craggy stuff. Let me take the viz cam and just move it around a little. I'm just gonna see how this looks a little further down the line. Yeah, I think that looks better. I mean, just with the crag there, and we could just extend it down. So what I could do is I could just take, well, really, here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, select flat, first linked flat faces, and then expand the selection, and then partition this off onto its own object. I could just grab this side of the river and there we go. This side of the river and just expand right to the sort of apex of the middle of the river or something close to it. And then just bye-bye. Now I'll just take that center. Oh man. Well, maybe what I can do is I can just grab this and just take the proportional fall off and just bring it way down so that that's completely underwater. Something like that. And then I'll just grab this part, just drag, oops, turn off proportional fall off, disable. Oh, bring that down. Okay. I'm gonna grab the bottom of this. I will make this completely black, and then I'll remove that edge loop. And just need to make sure to grab these faces and move them. There we go. How's that look? Curious. Catch up a chat. Is the river impassable or is there a swim spell? So the river is actually so shallow, it's only like knee deep, so you can run through the river. Burnett and Games, hello and welcome. I think this looks weird because everything around it is empty. Maybe some rocks or decoration would help. Oh, for sure. For sure. We are still in the terrain shaping phase right now. So once I sort of have the big shapes looking right, then I'll go in and start detailing stuff. Where the water gets very deep, it looks a little strange. Anyway, we can sort of vary up. I think that is a little bit more dynamic though in general. So I'm going to go with that. I'm going to go with that shindig, that shtick. Now, getting back to this area. We do need a way, I guess we could just let players sort of walk through the water. But I was thinking, yeah, you know, I'm just going to let players walk through the water. Okay, let's go ahead and cover up that seam. Grab this waterfall cover and put it right up here on this one as well. Something like that. And we'll just shrink it a little bit. And we'll have a bunch of particles, but we'll need the splash. So let's put the splash rapids right here. 1, 2. Something like that. I'll sort of rotate them a little. Now we're gonna have to, I guess, raise the terrain around, just because seems like the sort of clipping through here a little bit, those rapids. I'll move them a little bit as well. Okay, let's see, what does that look like? Okay, that's fine. I don't really like how the rapids are going over the edge there. I'm gonna have to grab the rapids, both of them, and just push them down as much as I can until they're just floating hardly above the water surface. Because I don't want them poking there. Actually, if they have a high enough draw order or render queue, they might actually be able to go under the water and still be rendered. I'm actually gonna try that. What if I just push them way down under the water, straight up under the water? Okay, so they have a higher render queue than the water, so that looks good. Cool. Very nice. Yeah, I think that's gonna work. Now, somehow we still have all these rapids getting unaligned. It's crazy. Like these rapids right here. I want the rapids to try to sort of hug the walls a little bit more. The sort of twinkling water rapids in the middle. But yeah, maybe it's time. I wonder, the player needs to get over this river somehow. I'm gonna have to get some sort of like arch bridge or something. That'll be cool. This cave is gonna be pretty cool, I think. Hopefully. Okay, let me catch up here. Dylan said, do you like melee games? Yeah, I like melee games. I think Dark Messiah of Might and Magic was one of my favorites. I really liked that game. Did you ever see the game Apogea? Apogea. I think so. No, I don't think I ever played this game. Feels like classic WoW. Interesting. Thank you, Nero. Drip Advisor, want to get back to writing Rust, but my motivation is missing. I need to put up some flyers. Have you seen my motivation? The motivation is the money. Rust pays like 120,000 USD a year. Writing Rust? Like, wait, what are we talking about here? The programming language? Okay, so wow, this area looks horrible. Okay, it looks a little bit better from the camera perspective, but it's still pretty disgusting. Okay, though, I think we can save it. Well, for one, I think if we vary up the what's going on with this, like, I think that'll make a huge difference. Let's put some of our gimmicks in, like, so just looking at this. Let's make our I guess. Okay, we already have that going. That's fine. We'll blur. We'll run the blur. Although really, actually, the blue should wrap over the edge a little, I'm thinking. That's how we do it, right? I think that's how we do it. So the blue will wrap. Oops. We got to get rid of this backside. We don't need this backside. Let's select flat, linked flat faces. Increase it until we have the entire backside. There we go. Just delete that. And we don't need this side over here either. Delete it. It's confusing our edge loops. And then yeah, you know what I should probably do is just paint it. I'll just paint it. Let's paint the blue right over the edge like this. Okay. And then, well, really, we should also probably model something here because this looks like ass. Maybe I'll just grab like something that we already have, like this little bit, sort of move it up like to here and just sort of cover up like that. Just delete those faces, delete the rest of these. I think that's fine. Okay. And then I will just grab all these edges. Oops, we'll turn off proportional fall off. And just drop this down. We'll make sure we got some sort of unwrap going here. And yeah, we'll leave the vertex. That's fine. That vertex color is okay. The only thing is I just want to drop down this. Drop down this lower to get that black fade lower as well. Something like that. Now we can just grab this and just pull it through like that. So just delete these faces. We don't need them. Okay. Okay. TripAdvisor says, can't tell if it's just general lack of motivation or if it's a symptom of my condition. One of my condition symptoms is literally a profound lack of motivation. That's a bummer. Sorry about that, TripAdvisor. Eurofia says, try eating dark chocolate with 85% cocoa. Folic acid in the dark chocolate helps you return your motivation. Interesting. I haven't heard that before. Also, a good sex partner helps. All right, thanks for dropping by, Bold Turtle. Good to see ya. Take care. Okay. So just finishing off, yeah, those little bits. I think that's fine. We don't need to go too crazy with that. Let's export that. Let's see what we got. Okay, that made a minimal difference, but it did still make a bit of a difference. Yeah, I think we can really vary up the slope of this thing is going to make a big difference. Like make some of these parts overhang a little bit and some of these parts push back a little. Sort of just like grab random parts of it and well, not too random. We don't want to get too random with it. Okay, the other thing I want to do is paint that beautiful green. So use the green. We're using the green channel for that really cool little that cool little like white edge. Ugh. Move that. We're gonna have to unwrap it. That's fine. Oh yeah, that's not good. Oops. It just adds a little bit of like definition and sharpness and rocky cragginess to this. Oops. Undo that. I gotta keep accidentally painting the bottom. I don't want to paint the bottom. Perfect. Yeah, that looks. Cool. That looks way better. That looks way, way better. Oh yeah. Awesome. Actually, I wonder, could we slurp out some of the red, subtract? Could we slurp out some of the red here and let's just see what happens. So I'll just turn down the strength. Gosh, it's really taking it all out, isn't it? Let me darken this. I'm just wondering what would happen if we had that rock wrap over the edge a little bit more than it's currently doing. Huh. Crazy. Did nothing. That's weird. Huh. There, finally. But it really took a lot to make that happen. Yeah, and it doesn't look too good. Actually, we've got the wrong material on. No, we don't. Never mind. Okay. That's fine, though. That's cool. Okay, I don't want to worry too much about that because we're really, I mean, my plan is to cover up most of this stuff with like these stalagmite formations that I think are going to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. I'm just going to sort of get a proof of concept. So this is stalag number 1. Don't we have a number 2 somewhere? This is 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Here's finally we're using a 2. There's a 2. Let's stick a 2 in there. Okay, let me just see what that's going to be like. TripAdvisor says, I want to work on projects or even just play video games, but I can't even motivate myself for video games for some reason. Music comes really easily, but I have trouble finishing projects. I just started new ones. Yeah, that's a really common one. You're definitely not alone there. There's something very exciting about a new project. It's like cocaine somehow. There's something about freeing yourself of all the baggage of an old project that is exciting. Okay, so that's doing a bit of visual heavy lifting. And you know, it's fine. Like once we, you know, do our actual detail pass and put some props down, I think it's going to be totally fine. So, oh, there's some like holes in here. We want to get rid of those. But other than those, I think that we're in a decent spot here. Let me go ahead and, so we already have the selection we need. Let me just extrude. There we go. We have, I don't know how those are happening, but they're gone now. Very good. Cool. Very interesting, weird cave. So the next thing we want to do is, I guess, figure out, well, let's turn the viz, at least place the viz cam somewhere, and then just turn it off, save, back out. Let me just run around a little in the cave. And I probably won't be able to get up the, oh, you know what I want to do? I'm going to do like a 5-second sound pass in the cave. Let's go. Let's do it. Should be pretty easy. So create a reverb zone. I mean, it should be very reverby. The first thing I want. So create a audio reverb zone. And I'm just going to put it right in the middle of the whole cave, right here. And the distance, like 50, 100. 200, 300, 200. Okay, that should pretty much encompass the whole cave. What kind of reverb do we want? I don't really know. There's a stone room, a cave. We'll go with cave. I find that all the default reverbs are a bit heavy-handed in Unity, so I might have to demote the reverb. But anyway, I'm gonna, well, first of all, let me just make sure we've got something to grab onto here. Audio reverb zone, I'll place this one right here. I'm gonna remove that and let's go with a cave audio source. I'm just gonna go with a river. Let's stick that audio source right here. Play on awake, loop, fully 3D. Doppler, I always turned off the Doppler. The spread is 180. It's a top-down game. We're not doing like a left-right thing. And I like to do the linear. I just find it works better for games. And in this game, I don't like to have too much audio for things that are not on screen yet. So I'll try to do like a fall off like that for starters. And let's just, the output is going to be in the interior ambient. And then we're going to have waterfall. So there's a bunch of different waterfalls. We'll go with this close waterfall, which is going to be pretty loud. And I'm going to turn the volume down to like 0.5. I'll also duplicate that exact audio source. And do we have, I'm pretty sure we have like some drips. Food and drink, no. Cave. I think I made this one for East Shade. Perfect. So these drips already have reverb on them, which is not ideal. And I don't want that drip sound to be everywhere, right? So first of all, this audio reverb zone, this should be waterfall source. And then also have this other one called this drip sound. And I just want it to not be too loud. actually quite quiet because that was a really aggressively loud drip. So put one like right there, put one. I don't want it to just constantly be going. I just think it will really grate on people. We also are going to need some kind of stream, some kind of like river stream sounds. So maybe I'll do one of those. So like river, we'll call this just like river sound. I think the waterfall will already do a good enough job over there. So just clicking on the waterfall source, you're going to have waterfall sound all the way right here. So we won't really need the river sound until we get more sort of like over here-ish. So I will just increase the size of this, something like that. We're gonna have another waterfall sound right there. So let's get that stream, medium stream. I'm thinking small stream is gonna be correct for this. Let's see, what does that sound like? Yep, that's definitely correct. That's correct, okay. And I'm excited to hear what that sounds like. So let's give that a save. At least we have some sort of auditory something because it's very quiet in there. I'm gonna turn that off. Now let's have a muck about. Okay, so Drip Advisor, thank you very much for the follow. Also, IK Loud or iCloud, probably, maybe. Appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. Nerofe, I don't know if I thanked you for the follow, but if not, I apologize. Bevy, that's an interesting looking game engine. Yep, still going, still going. I want to stop vaping and use Zins, but you can't blow smoke O's with Zins. I don't know anything about this stuff. Okay, so that audio faded really quickly. This area is the only area we've added any sort of rocks, and we're not even close. Guys, we're not even, this is like, there's like probably 5 different layers of stuff we need to do. And we're like, this area only has the first 2 layers. On top of this, we need glowy bits. We need like some sort of lighting pass. We need some sort of like crystals or something. Some kind of flora, like some kind of mushroom or something. Those will make a big difference, I think. But let's just see what we're dealing with. So this feels all right. It's cool. It's cool. I think it's exciting. I'm excited to be in here, so it's good. Good stuff. Let me see if I can just move my player controller. That waterfall's probably too loud. And it fades too quickly. The stream is good. I mean, the sound is good. I hate how these rapids are going off course. Drives me bananas. Cool. Okay, and then we got the right and left. So there's going to have to be some kind of stair up onto this, which I think will be cool. It's okay. I'm not like completely happy with the river, but whatever. Like not everything has to be, you know, we're getting close to the end of production, so let's hear those drips. I haven't heard the drips yet. There we go. Perfect. The drips are perfect. That's great. Okay. Reminds me of Don't Starve. Interesting. I don't think I've ever been in the caves in Don't Starve. Nerofe says, I want to play. That's music to my ears. Love to hear it. Thank you, Radwall. Most iconic caves have to be the ones in the forest. I've never played that game either. Sounds like Aviond. I haven't played that game either. Radwall asks, what are the chances you put a jet ski back? A jet ski like in the in the water there. Oh my goodness. So it gets a little bit deep right in the middle. I just want to like bevel the middle part so that it's not so deep. And then, right, the sound. Open up the dark forest. And I just want to look at that waterfall sound. So that waterfall sound right here, waterfall source. I just want the fall off to be way less sudden. Like 70 even, I think. And then the total sound will just be much quieter. Yeah, I think 0.3 is probably correct. It's a very loud sound. Save that. Werbus, hello and welcome. TripAdvisor says heading out. All right, great to see you, TripAdvisor. Thanks for dropping by. Good stuff. Locations done in Blender. Why not in the Pro Builder? I don't know how to answer that. That's like, to my mind, it's like asking. I'm trying to think of an analogy. It's a valid question, but I'm trying to think of an analogy. It's like an oil painter is working on the street and they made this like 20-foot wide painting, super detailed, like Rembrandt level. And someone is asking you, I noticed you use a paintbrush. Why don't you use your butt cheek? I feel like Pro Builder is that crude of a tool. So, okay, we've got some stuff going. I guess we should start thinking about like what the next level of details are. We've got this like, we need some kind of mushroom. I could just try putting a mushroom down, but let me try, should I don't know if I want to add more like rocks. I could just like add some rocks and stuff, but it just feels like I should. This is a solved problem. I know I can add a bunch of rocks and make this cave look a lot better. I think some caustics would help. Like the caustic camera projectors, I have them. They look really good. That would be nice. But we need some glowy bits, and I just don't quite know. I think maybe something that you don't quite harvest. Let's go into Dark Forest 1. The Dark Forest 1 prefab and see what kind of stuff we can. I know there's some mushrooms in there. A couple different kinds of mushrooms actually. Here, these kinds are the ones I'm thinking of. They're just Wandmaker's Hut mushrooms, and those ones glow in the dark. But we need a material that glows all the time. So let's go into the cave. Okay, wand maker. And then we'll constrain our search to just models so that we can actually find this thing. Wand maker, mushroom. So there's really only 2 kinds of mushrooms, at least of the wand maker variety. Wand maker 1 and wand maker 2. Let's see how those look in here. Just real quick and dirty. Where's our viz cam? Oh yeah, we turned off our viz cam. Turn on the viz cam. I'll actually move the viz cam closer to the start of the cave. Give it a save. Dags Gaming, hello, says, I just started GameDev and finished a super simple game in mobile, and this looks kind of unreachable for me. Well, I started learning game art almost 20 years ago. and I've been a professional video game developer for 15 years. I worked in AAA. I've been indie for about 10 years, and before that I worked in AAA. I worked at ArenaNet on a game called Guild Wars 2. I worked at Sucker Punch on a game called Infamous Second Son, and I also worked on another game called State of Decay. And this is this is my studio's third game. We made a game called Leaving Lindau, and then we made a game called Eastshade, which is an open world adventure game where he plays a traveling artist. And now this is our third game. So I'm very experienced, and I've been doing it a long time. But, you know, time and pressure. We've also been working on this game for 6 years. 3 full-timers. We've also spent about $1.5 million making this game in terms of production budget. Mostly the salary of those 3 full-timers, myself included. I think because I stream on Twitch, it might be misleading to people. People might think that, you know, I'm perhaps a hobbyist, but this production is very serious and very expensive. So do wand maker. I'll call this cave wand maker mushrooms. All right, we'll put that on cave wand maker mushrooms. Put both those mushrooms on that material. And I'll just go cut out normal old cutout. And I think we can make these suckers glow by just adding extra brightness to them. Okay, and then we'll turn on Dark Forest Cave in the main scene so we can see what we're doing. They shouldn't be too bright. I wonder how much other flora we should have in here. Stick a few of these mushrooms together, cluster them together a little bit. I don't know if this is gonna fit, like, do the trick, you know? Might just be one little thing. I don't know if it's gonna be enough to make much of an impact, but we'll start with that. So let's apply those changes. Oops. We have a lot of stuff open. We have multiple Blender files. We don't need that one open anymore. Go ahead and close that one. Free up a little memory there. Apply that. Okay. And now I just want to run in there just to see the impact of our mushrooms. Oops. Oh, I forgot to turn off the viz cam. Let's go ahead and turn off the viz cam. I like the mushrooms. Come on now, viz cam. Yeah, I think that's kind of cool. I think those mushrooms are They read very well, I would say. Should I put glow on them? Sometimes glow actually, sometimes I find making actual globe like bloom glow can almost cheapen the look. I sort of like the really like tight look of the no glow because in really dark places, you have a little bit of light and it does sparkle. And I mean, that doesn't sparkle, but it looks, you know, it looks very bright. But it doesn't quite glow. There's no actual bloom on it because there is so little light levels in general. And I think maybe I'm kind of liking these mushrooms just like that with no glow. I think that looks pretty cool. So we place those things around. That'll be, I think, really cool. If I can put some caustics kind of bouncing around on everything. I've got these light projectors that sort of animate and add caustics. This water is obviously glowy enough. I definitely need to, oops, I just got stuck on something. I definitely need to put some collision down here. We don't want the player diving this far down into the water. But man, there's a lot of promising leads here, art-wise. All right, folks, what is my uptime? Almost 7 hours. I'm not gonna make it to 7 hours. I gotta bounce. I'm been sitting on my ass for a really long time. I need to like get up. I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. Hey, if you're new to the stream, please check out a game. It's called Songs of Glimmerwick. It's a Witch Academy RPG where the magic of the world is music. I think it's going to be a banger. I think you're really going to like it. I know I really like it. I'm blown away playing it. How's that for sound tooting our own horn? But I think it's going to be a banger. I think it's going to be a really cool, amazing game. It's over 30 hours of content. It's going to be a big game. And if it seems like your cup of tea, you should head over to Steam and give it a wish list so that you don't miss the launch. All right. I'll put chat real quick and then I will bug out. Werbis, with glow, you exchange the contrast effect for the blending to the ground. Both effects can look good. Yeah, I agree. Definitely. Yeah, you lose a little contrast when you add that bloominess. All right. Hey, rock on. I'm glad you learned Neorphia. That's amazing. Thank you, Xavier. Appreciate it. Paraseg, hey, good to see you. Teresa, that's probably what it is. I keep doing that. I don't know why I read it so weird the first time. All right, folks. Hopefully I'll catch some of y'all next time. All right, bye.